Hello, I'm your Hindi teacher. I'll help you practice speaking clearly and confidently.
Hi there, in this tutorial you will build a complete full-stack AI language learning SaaS application powered by a real-time AI voice agent where users can learn and practice languages by speaking with an AI voice agent that speaks in native accent. You will build powerful features like authentication, multi-language courses, gamified level-based learning, real-time AI voice tutor with native accent, progress tracking and leaderboard, voice session and scoring, subscription and payment. We will be using modern tech stack like Next.js 16 for frontend and backend, Shanty UI for UI components, Vapi for real-time AI voice agent, Polar for payments, and Inforge an AI agentic backend for authentication, database, and storage. Inforge also provides additional features like real-time updates, deployments, and more, making it easy to build and scale AI-powered application. Check out Inforge using the first link in the description. Now let's dive into the demo and don't forget to subscribe. Once you land on the application, you will see this beautiful landing page. You can either sign up or log in. So I'll log in because I have an account. And once I sign in, I'll be redirected to the dashboard page where you can see that I've already selected a language. To change the language, you can go back and click on any of these languages which is available. So I'll go with Hindi because I've already selected it. And you can see that we have level 1 to 10. So the language has a level 1 to 10 and free users are given 3 levels. So I've taken this level and they completed. That's where you can see progress. So I have to complete this level before the next level is unlocked. And these are for pro users. If you click on this, it's going to show a dialog for you to upgrade, and I'm going to close it. Then we can see at the top corner here we have total points achieved, and the points for this week I got 2. And these are the leaderboards that list of users. And to see more, you just click on see more, and this will take you to the leaderboard page where you can see the rank. So currently I'm ranked 7th because I have the lowest points. So these are ranked by points. And if you go back to the learn page and to start the session, you can click on this. Then once I click on this is going to show a dialog because free users only have only one session. So we need to upgrade. So I'm going to click on upgrade to super, and this will navigate me to the upgrade page. And then I'm going to click on this upgrade, redirect me to Polar. So I'm going to fill in my card details here. So let me wait for it. So I'll select the card details, give this a name, and I'm going to select any country of choice, and I'm going to click on subscribe. And this is going to trigger the webhook, and it's going to be direct us to the page. And now we can see that it has redirected us to this page, and we can see all of these levels now are eligible for me to start. So I can click on the start on this one and then click on start. Now this is going to redirect me to the levels page where I can start the session. So I'm going to click on begin session.
Hello, I'm your Hindi teacher. I'll help you practice speaking clearly and confidently. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
First phrase. Hello in Hindi is namaste, namaste.
Namaste.
Repeat. Yes, that was perfect. Next, thank you in Hindi is dhanyavad, dhanyavad.
Dhanyavad. And you can see that it has completed the section. So if I go to continue, and now you can see that this is complete. We can click here to start a new section. Let's install Next.js into our project. So copy this command we have here, and let's head over to the code editor. So I'm going to paste this command here and click on enter. So I'm going to add this project inside this folder. So let me wait for this. So I'm going to pick the current directory, this directory, then click on enter. So I'm going to go with the recommended defaults, and we can wait for this to install all the dependency. So let's install Shanty UI into our project. So I'm going to clear the terminal. Then I'm going to paste the command npm shanty at latest init, and then I'm going to click on enter. And we're going to wait for this. Okay, let me just say yes. So I'm using 4.2.0, and then I'm going to click on enter. So let's go with Redux UI. Then just pick any of the presets. I'll just pick Let me go with this one. Then this should add to initialize Shanty into our project. So let's wait for it to install all the dependencies. So Shanty has already initialized into our project. So before we install the components, we should go into the app global. So I want to change the theme. So I'm going to replace this. So let me collapse this one and the dark. I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to use the theme now I want to use. You can copy this from the GitHub. So let's go ahead and add a Shanty UI component. So I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to say Shanty UI add and click on enter. So we can see the list of the components and we select the one we want. So let's wait for it to run. So now I'm going to let's pick alert dialog, avatar badge. Then I'm going to pick button and button group. So I think I made a mistake. So let me try again. Okay, so let me select button group, add, and I'm going to select empty states, inputs. Then I'm going to pick inputs group, label. Let's select popover, progress, and I think separator, sidebar, skeleton, sonar, spinner, and I think that is all. So let me just click on enter. And this is going to add all of these components inside the component folder, UI folder. So let's wait for it. So it has add all the components. I'm going to copy this tooltip provider and let's wrap this inside let me go into layout and I'm going to add it here. So I'm just going to paste it here and I'm going to remove this tree. Sorry, this, and let me also change this, the title and description. So I've added that, then I'm going to, let me import this tooltip provider. And we're going to add in the dark mode. So I'm going to head over to Chantier documentation. We can pick Next.js under dark mode and let's copy this command and let's head over to the code and let's install the next theme. So once you install it, let's create the theme provider inside this component folder. So I'll say theme provider .txx and I'm going to paste it. So I've copied this from the documentation. You can copy it too. And once we have this, I'm going to also create another component. I'm going to call this dark mode toggle. I'll just leave it like this. And then you can copy the code from the documentation. So I'll head over back to the code, sorry, to the browser, and I'm going to copy this. You can see add dark mode toggle. And I'm going to copy this. And let's head back to the code. And I'm going to paste this. So I don't know whether we didn't install, we didn't add the drop down, so I'm going to add it here. So let me select the drop down. So I'll scroll to where we have the drop down menu, select this and add the drop down component. So the error should stop. Then we can head over to the browser again and let's copy this. Let's copy the theme provider like this, and we're going to paste it inside the layout. So I'm going to go into the layouts.cxx and I'm going to paste this here. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to move this inside and let's import the theme provider from the theme provider component, and I'm going to also pass in toaster from component UI sonar, and I'm going to pass in position top center and rich colors. So We're done. So the last thing we're going to do, I'm going to create a custom component, a custom card and button to match the style we want. So I'm going to create a folder called custom here. And I'm going to create this two file. I'm going to call it button.txx. So it's similar to what the button function to UI, just that I added some variants here. So I'm going to paste it. And if we can scroll up, we can see I added a success. So I make some changes in the classes here. So I don't want to override this. So instead I had to just create it separately. So we're going to be using the button from the custom folder. So we're going to also create in the card.cxx and I'm paste it here. And that is all. So we can use this now. So I think the setup is okay. We can go into the app and inside the pages. So let's create the folders. So I'm going to create a group route. I'll call this routes. And then I'm going to move this page inside the route. I think not inside the route. We're going to create the landing page. So let me put it inside landing. And I'm going to just enter. Then I'm going to move the page inside the landing. Then here we're going to create another group route to hold the dashboard. It's a dashboard. And there inside here, we're going to create layouts for both the dashboard and the landing. So let me quickly create the auth page, the auth folder, sorry, or the auth route. Then inside here, we're going to have the separate layout. So I'm going to say layout.txx and inside this layout, I will copy the layout from, I'll just copy what we have here. So I'm going to modify it. I'm going to go into the dashboard. I'm going to paste it here. I will just remove everything here. For now, I'm just going to change this to main and just pass in. It should run like this. And I'm going to change this to from root to dashboard. So
I'll
let's
copy
work on the
this
landing
and
page.
then
So I'm going to
inside
first of all go into
layout landing,
my
we're going to create
components here and I'm going to
a
create a
layout.
file
We're going to create two files,
.txx and
one
I'm
for
going to
header
paste it.
and
So
the other
I'll
one is
just name
footer.
this
So I'm going to say
landing
header.tx landing
and I'll say
layout
refce and like this.
then I'm going to say
So we're going to leave
header
that modified.
component.
So the
So here
auth
we're
is
going to
okay. So now
have,
inside the
let me
landing
change this
page
to
.tx,
header
let's remove
instead.
everything we have here. And I'm going
Let
to
me
give this
just
a class
import
name, the button component from custom
and
button.
this is
And I'll just say click me. Sorry, let's say height 16. So let me remove this
and width
import
full,
and then we can run the server. So say
and we're going
npm
to give this
border bottom. So
npm
let's say
run dev
border bottom 2. And the color
and we
is
should
going
see
to
the
be
button
border
here.
border click me button.
So
And we're
this
going
is
to give
working
this
fine.
so let's go ahead and work on the
Padding
landing page.
X4.
So here we're going to have a div and then we're going to give this a class name flex height full item center justify between. And I'm going to say on last screen, I'm going to say maximum width screen. So let me say maximum width. Or let's just remove the maximum width. So let's leave it as let's give it 5 pixel. Something like this is okay. And let's give it MX auto. And then we're going to create the logo component. So I'm going to create the file logo.tx and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to paste it. And for the images, you can get the images from the GitHub. So I've added the images here. We can see images and this is the logo. So I have multiple logo here. We have different logo. So this is the logo.png. And once we have this, we can head back to the header
and let's import logo. And then here we're going to have a div. I'm going to give this a class name of flex gap x3, and then we're going to say item center. And let's import the let me check. We've added the dark mode, so we can import it here. So I'll say dark. Let me check what we call this. Okay, let me rename it to dark mode toggle. So I'll copy it and I'm going to paste it here. And let me import it. So yeah, we're going to have buttons. So let me import buttons from UI custom button. And let me give this a size of small. And I'm going to call this login. So we're going to also use the same button again. I'm going to sort of say size small, and this is going to have sign up here. Let's give this a variant of outline. It's a variant outline. So that's it. So let's also create the footer footer.txx, and inside here, inside the footer, let's do RAFCE. So it's a footer. So let's change this from div to footer, and let's give this a class name. I'm going to set this to hidden, and then on last screen we're going to set this to block. Then let's give this with full border top 2, and we're going to give the color of the border to border and padding 2. Then inside it we're going to have a div. No, let's not use div. Yes, use the list element. So I'm going to say UL, and I'm going to give this a class name. Let's give this width full first. I'm going to say maximum width. Let's give it 5 pixel. Then flex item center, justify. Let's do evening. And there we are going to look through the images. So inside the public folder, you should see the lang. So I have list of images of different language. So we're going to just show at least 5 of them in the footer. So I'm going to paste it here. So let me remove this and let me paste it here. So I'm using English, Spanish, French, German, Italy, and Portuguese. So I'm going to just copy this link, and we're going to loop this through here. Let's say map link, or let's say item. So this is footer, not footer link, footer lang. So I'm going to say item, and then here we're going to return, and let's pass in key. I will say item dot label, and let's give it a class name. With full or with fit, whichever one you want. Now let's import button. Let's just use div instead of button. So I'm just going to use the image. So let's import image from let me import image from Next.js. So say import image from next image, and let me change this to item item here, and we are going to also pass in item.label like this. I think this is fine. And now we have this, let's use this footer inside the landing page um, layout. So I'm going to go into route, landing, and inside the layout. So let's wrap this with a div, and I'm going to move this in there. I'm going to give this a class name of flex column minimum height screen, and let's import the header components here. And below here we can import the footer, and let's give this a class name. I'll say flex1, and let's just give it flex1 instead like this. And then we can go into the page.txt. Let's remove this button, and here we're going to say div. Let's give this a class name. I'll say width full. Let's say maximum width 5XL, MX auto, flex, and let's give it flex column, item center, and justify center. Let's give it cap 2. And there we have our last screen. Let's use, I think medium is okay. I'll say flex row. Then here we're going to add a div, and I'm going to give this a class name relative, and I'm going to give this width 380 pixel, with height we're going to give the same thing, 380 pixel. So let's do for large screen, we're going to give this width of 500 pixel. Then for height, I'm going to also do the same thing. So let's say LG height 500 pixel, and let's also add this. Then here we're going to have an image. So let me import image from Next.js. So import image from next image. Then I'm going to add in the image here. So we can find this image inside the public folder. Inside the image, I think you can see illustration PNG. And then we can let's have a div here. And let's give this a class name, flex widthful, flex column, item center, and I'm going to give this let's give this cap of y8 and padding x4. It's fine. And then we're going to have the title h1. Let's give this a class name, widthful. Let's use text instead, text center, then text extra large, font bold, and then we're going to say, let me set the font effective AI powered way to learn language. Then we still need to pass in the color. So I'm going to say text color for light mode. We're going to have this. Then dark mode, we're going to say text white. And then on the last screen, we're going to have text Excel. Then below this, we're going to have a div. And there we're going to have at least 3 buttons. So I'm going to say, let's import the button from custom button. And there we're going to set this to size large. And we are going to also say variant or not. Let's set as child. And let's import link from next link. And there we're going to point this to the auth sign up. So I'm going to say slash auth slash sign up. And there we're going to have the text get started. So we're going to also have the same thing for sign in. So I'll paste it here. And this is going to have the default variant. Why this I'm going to change this to outline. And this is going to take you to the sign. So I'm going to change this to I already have an account. And the last button we are going to have is if the user is signed in, we are going to have continue learning. Sorry. Continue learning. And this is going to be take the user to the learn page. So this is going to also be outlined. So I'm going to say variant outline. For now, I'm going to comment this out. So we're going to have a class name here. Let's give it flex color. Sorry, flex. And I'm going to give this width full. And I'm going to give this a maximum width of 330 pixel. And let me also add item center. And then gap Y3. So I think we are done with this. Let's add a class name here. Let's make this width full. So I'm going to say class name width full. And likewise this too. So class name width full. Then inside the layout, we should add in flex column item center justify center. So save this and let's head over to the browser and we should see how it looks. So we can see that this is positioned to the center and we can see the language listed here. So we can add some spacing here so that there's a space between the borderline and the languages. But this is fine. So I'm going to do it later. But now let's go ahead and add authentication into the project. So let's add authentication. So we're going to be using Insforge. So click the first link in the description to head over to Insforge and sign up. So I'm already logged into my account. And once you log in, you'll be brought to this page. So I'm going to click on the personal organization, and this will take me into the organization. So I'm going to create a new project, and let's call this Linga AI, something like this. Lingo. Let me just increase the learning AI. So I'm going to click on create project, and this will take me to the project. We're going to wait for this to load. So now it has opened. So what we're going to do, we're going to have to connect Inforge into our project. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to link it. So just copy this command here, and let's head back to the code editor. And I'm going to open my terminal. Let me just end the server. Then I'm going to paste it inside there. Then click on enter. So this is going to link our project to Inforge. So let's wait for it. So I'm going to say yes, and this is going to add this info CLI into our project. So it's going to ask you to authenticate. So it's going to redirect you to the to this link. If you, for any reason it didn't redirect you, you can copy this and paste it in the browser. So let's head over to the browser, and we can just click on authorize info CLI, and now we can see authentication is successful. So let me go straight here and straight to this, and let's copy this to verify connections. So I'm going to head back to the code, and let's wait for this to install the Inforge agent skills, and then we are going to then paste it this from the prompt we copied. We're going to paste it here. So to know if Inforge is connected. So let's wait for it to finish. So it is done. So let me paste this here. So I'm going to paste this and click on enter, and let's wait. So while this is running, we can see the skills it has added. So I'm going to scroll up. We can see the skills for different agents. So I think we are using, I can't find anti-gravity here, but let me see. So let me click on retry. So we can click on the skills now. Uh, so let me see. Okay, let me go into this info, into Winsolve and the Inforge. Okay, yeah, we can see the auth, and we can see the SDK integration, and you can see how to use the you can see authentication SDK integration. You can see the skills on how to add the authentication, I'm sorry, the Inforge authentication into the project, and we can just look through this. But we can use the anti-gravity. Let me try again. So let's see. So we can see that it's analyzing. You want to get the skill. So I'm going to click on allow, and it's going to analyze the skills.md. So let's wait for it. So now it wants to run this enforce and CLI UMI, and I'm going to click on enter, and it should be running. So now it is done. Now we can see that it's already connected. So if we head over to the browser, we can see that the agent is connected. So we need to get the API key. So click on settings, and we can copy the project URL, and then we can copy the API key. Then we can head back to the um, editor, and let's create the .env file. So inside there, I will just say .env, and there we are going to, and I'm going to paste it here. So we're going to have next public Inforge base URL, and then the API key, then also the next public URL. So I'm going to save this, and inside the lib folder, we can create Inforge. Say Inforge server.txt. So here we'll create a function. So I'm going to say export function I'm going to create Inforge server client. And we're going to pass in access token. We'll make this optional and set it to string. And let's return this. And let's import Inforge SDK. So I'm going to import this. So we've not installed the Inforge SDK. So let me copy this and install it. So I'm going to say npm install Inforge SDK and also install the server. So I'm going to my package.json, install the server only too. So let's make sure this is running. While this is running, let's import at the top, import server only. So make sure you import that. So let me wait for this. Okay, you can see it is installed. So I'm just going to pass in the Inforge client type and let's return this. So we're going to say create client and we need to pass in the base URL. And if you add this in the env, we can copy it, the nice public Inforge base URL. And then say process.env dot, and let's add a this key. So let's go into the package, sorry, into the env and let's copy this. So I'm going to say process.env dot, and let's pass this here. Sorry, process, and we're going to say is server mode to true, and we're going to pass in the edge function token, then pass in the access token. So I'm going to copy this and pass it here. So now we have the create info server client. Now we can use this to um we can to sign in the to log in or sign up the user. So before we do this, we need to also create in the cookie to store the access token and the refresh token from Inforge. So I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this cookie.txt. So this is just going to hold the cookie and the constant, the cookie name. Then we're going to create an action folder. So let's create that here. And inside the action, we're going to say auth.txt. And this is where we're going to implement the sign-in action or the endpoint if you want to use endpoint. Then the sign up, verify, and sign out. So let's just have the constant here. So I'm going to paste it here. So what we have here is the auth cookie name, and we're going to export this so we can use it across anywhere we want to get the cookie or set the cookie. So we have the access token, the refresh token, and these are the names. Then we have the cookie option. So we need to make sure this cookie is set to HTTP only true. Then secure, we're setting this if it's production, secure is true. Then we're giving this 15 minutes for access token and then 7 days for the refresh token. Now we have this, we can go ahead and start using this inside the auth.txt. So let's say use server. And now we can say async function. So we're going to set, I'm going to set cookie. So this is going to be a function and we're just going to pass in the tokens and it's going to be access token, which is of type string, and the refresh token, which is of type, let's say string or no, or optional, anyone. Then let me return this. So we're going to say constant store. We're going to get a cookie store. So I'll wait cookie So let's import this from next header. And we're going to say store set, and we can get the from inside the cookie.txt, we can get the alt cookie names, and I'll just say alt cookie names dot, let's import it dot access token, and then we're going to pass in tokens dot access token, and we're going to, let's go into the cookie.txt and copy these cookie options, and I'm going to say cookie option dot access, dot access, or we can change this to dot access token. So let me change this to access token and refresh token. So now this is going to be access token here. So we're going to say if token, so if tokens dot refresh token, then we're going to set it to. So let me copy this, and instead of access is going to be refresh token, and token is going to be a refresh token, then cookie option refresh token. So now we have the set cookie. We are going to also have the function, so async function to read the cookie. So read auth cookie, and let's just say constant store is equals to await cookie, and let's return access token, which is store dot get auth cookie dot name dot access token dot value or no. So we can duplicate this to get the refresh token. So let me copy this, paste it here, and here too. So the last, also we're going to also create in the clear cookie. So say, sorry, clear cookie, and let me just copy this, paste it here, and we're going to delete the cookie. So like this. Now we have the set cookie, read out cookie, and clear cookie. Now we can go ahead and start working on the function to sign in function. So I'm going to say export here. So let's do export async function, and let's say sign it with email, and we're going to pass in the email, which is of type string, and password, which is of type string, and let's just return this. We're going to validate this. We're going to say if not email or not password, and then we can just return, sorry, we can return error. I'll say email or password is required, or credential is required. Anyone. So once we have this, we can get Inforge now. You say Inforge, then we can say create. We're going to copy this from the info server. So to sign in, you don't need to pass in the access token, so we can just use it like this. So I'm going to say let's import it. Now we have access to Inforge client. We can use this to sign in the user. We can say this is equals to await Inforge dot out dot sign in with password, and we can pass in the email and password. So now we can get data and error from it. Now we can say if error, sorry, then we're going to say if error the status code is equals to 403, then let's just say we redirect to, oh, so let's remove this. Instead, let's just return an error message like this. So I'm going to say error if error status code is 401, that's invalid email or password, then unable to sign in. Let's just say unable to sign in. So like this. Then we're going to say if not data dot access token or not data dot refresh token, then we are going to return error. It's a sessions token, sorry, token missing. And now we can then set the cookie, say await set cookie, and we're going to pass in access token. It's going to be data dot access token. Then we have the refresh token. We're going to pass in data dot refresh token. Now we can just return success through error no by this. So now we have the sign in. Now we can also create the sign up server action. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. And this is going to be, I'm going to change this to sign up. So let me change this to sign in. And this is sign up. So sign up is going to have email name, string, and we're going to also and let me pass in, let's also add the name here. And I can just say name, email, or let's just change to all field are required. Fields, all fields are required. And then we're going to say, we're going to change this from sign in with password to, I think sign up. Yeah, sign up. And we're going to pass in the name, password, email, and password. Now we can just say if 401. So let's change this to if 403. We can change the error to email already in use. And just say unable to register. So we're not going to set anything here. I'll just say true error. So this is going to give us, let me look at it. So it should give us the access token. So um, let's just add it. But if it's not, but if it's missing, we want to, instead of throwing an error, we just say success because we're going to verify the user. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to console.log this and I'm going to say data. So with this, we're going to check if the access token can pass or is passed in the verify um, in the verify function. So let me just copy this and let's implement the verify email. So I'll paste this and I'm going to change this to verify email, and this is going to take in email, the email, and let me remove this let me remove the name and also the password, and I'm going to remove password. Then I'm going to pass an OTP, which is of type string, and I'm going to also say type. So type can be either verify or resend. So now I say if not email, we're going to return email field required. Email field is required. And then what we're going to do, we are going to then check if type is equals to resend, then we can just move this. So I'm going to say, okay, let's just move this to the top, and let me just move this too. So instead of this, I'm just going to remove, and I'm going to just change this to resend verification. Then let's pass in the email. Sorry. And I say if error, let's just return error unable to resend verification. And I'll just say return success true and error no. Then I'm going to say if not OTP, let's return error, say OTP field is required. And then let me just remove all of this. I'm going to copy this and let me paste it here. So now we're going to say auth dot verify email, and let's pass OTP. So we're going to say if I think this is okay, unable to verify email. And if I check this, this is going to pass in, it's going to return the access token and refresh token. So I'm just going to leave this here too. So we are done with the verify email. Now let's work on the sign out. So I'm just going to paste that here. And let me just import. So for the sign out, we're going to read the auth token, sorry, the auth cookie, and I'm going to pass in the cookie, and I'm going to say Inforge auth dot sign out, and we're going to clear the cookie. So we're going to also have export async function get current user, and we're going to do the same thing. So I'm going to copy this to read the access token, and we're going to say if not access token, sorry, let's say return user no, and we can then say constant inforge is equals to create inforge server client, And let's pass in the access token. And we say constant data is equals to await Inforge info.out.get current user. And then I'm going to say let's get so let me error here. And I'm going to say if error or not data dot user, then I'll say await cookie dot clear cookie. And then let's return user no. So I'm just going to say return user data dot user. So I think we can use the sign out instead. This is okay. If there's no user, that means the access token does not exist. So we can leave it like this. Now after this, we're going to also create another function. So I'm going to say export async. So this is going to be called get inforge. So I don't want to be using this create info server kind like this, and then we're going to do info.get current user. So I just want to do everything inside this function. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say inforge info server server client, anyone you call it, and I'm going to read the let's copy this. So let me say function again, and let's get the cookie or the access token. So I'll just say if not access token, then let me just instead throw throw an error here. So this is going to be used inside the other actions we're going to create, like fetching the users or creating the getting the courses or leaderboard and stuff. So we're going to be using this. So this is going to return the info and the user ID. So I'm just going to use through here. I'm going to say unauthorized. So now we're going to say constant info is equals to create info server client and let's say access token. Now we can return the info. So we need to also get a user. So I'm just going to say info post get current user. Then the similar thing we did here, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. But this time instead of return this, I'm just going to throw let me throw copy this. I'm going to throw this arrow. Now we can get the user ID. So you'll say user ID data.user ID. So now we have everything we need. So we're going to create in the we're going to create in the auth pages. So let's create in sign in page.cxx fce, and we're going to create a sign up. page.cxx, RAFCE, and we're going to also create a, so we're going to create a refresh. For now, I'm just going to leave this. So instead of page, it's going to be route. So we're going to be using this inside the middleware. So let's create in the middleware. So I'm going to just say proxy.tx, and then we can create this. So here we're going to say export function proxy, and we're going to get a request. And let me return this. So let's get in the path name from the request URL. So I'm just going to say request dot next. Sorry. Oh, sorry. This should be import. Sorry. We're going to import from next server, and let me import next request, and let me change this to next request, and the error should stop. Now we can get a path name and then the search. So we can get the access token from the cookie. We can say constant access token is equals to request dot cookie dot get, and let's import auth cookie name dot access token, and let's say dot value, and we can also get in the refresh constant refresh token is equals to request dot cookie dot get auth cookie name dot refresh token dot value. Sorry, not name value. And now we're going to also get the redirect through. Redirect to, which is going to be equals to encode a code rel component, and we are just going to say path name and then search. So now we're going to get the auth route. So currently we have the sign in and sign out page. In case are the only two auth routes. So I'm going to paste them there, and the protected route. So if not created a protected route, we're going to create a inside the dashboard. We're going to create the length folder, the um, leaderboard, the level, and the course. So I'm just going to paste it here. So we're going to also create a function to check if the token is about to expire. So we know we can call the refresh token. Then this is the protected route and the auth route. So I'm just going to say constant is auth route is equals to auth route. So we're going to say auth route dot sum, and we can say route if path name, if path name dot start with routes. We are going to do the same thing for the protected route, and then has valid token. So if access token and is not token still, then this is a valid token, then what we're going to do, we are going to say if is out route, and if has valid token, then we're going to return next response dot redirect new URL slash len, and I'm going to say request dot URL. Then we're going to say let's come down here and say return next response dot next. So yeah, if not is protected, then return next response dot next. So let me just copy this, and if has valid token, the same thing. Now we're going to say if refresh token and request dot method, dot method is equals to get, then we can say constant refresh URL is equals to request dot next URL dot clone. Then we say refresh URL the path name is equals to slash out slash refresh and refresh URL dot search is equals to redirect redirect, and let me pass in let me see. Okay, redirect. So let's copy this and let's paste it here. Now we can see return next response dot redirect refresh URL. And lastly, we're going to say return next response dot redirect new URL we're going to say alt slash sign in, and we're going to say redirect to redirect to, and let's pass in the request dot URL. And then below here we're going to not here, outside this function we're going to pass in the matcher. So we're done with the proxy. So we're going to go ahead and start working on the signing page. So I'm going to use the AI agent to create in the signing page, sign up page, which the sign up is going to have both the sign up form and the verify email form. And I think only these two page. And then we're going to create in the host provider once we are done with these two. So let me let me write a prompt for the AI to generate the sign in and sign up page. So let me paste in the prompt. So the prompt is assign the AI agent to so I think we've already created this page. Just say and let me just remove this. Or let me just remove this. Or just say mm, okay. Okay, this page is a use clients page. This is a use client page that imports use state suspense from React. Then also the logo component. Then create a sign-in form component that gets the router and search param has email and password state. Then wrap the sign-in form with suspense for the default export. Then style the center on a full high flex container with the logo above. So I'm going to click on send and this should start working on the sign-in page. So let's wait for it. So this is running already. We can see page shots. Check the sign-in page, and so we can see it. So it is done. So I'm going to accept changes. I think there's an error somewhere. Okay, the logo. So I think the logo is it default? Yeah. So we can see that it's using the sign in with email from the action. And we can see error and then redirects slash to the redirect found in the search param. Then if not, it's going to just redirect to the link. So this is looking good. So let's confirm the button is imported from. So this will be custom button slash button. And the card should be imported from custom slash card. So now this is good. So now let's also ask it to create in the sign up page. So I'll just pass this here. And the prompt is kind of long. So say page. So this is a use client page. Then it's going to import this UI, import the button, add inbuilt label, the logo, the sonar, then create a sign up from the handle to mode using URL state. The sign up mode uses when search parent gets verified, not true. Form with name, email, password, submit, call, sign up with email. All sources will direct to the same page, but set verify to true on the email. Then we have the verify mode and very simple. So I'm just going to click on enter. So this should start generating the page. So this has created the page, has created this. So let's wait. So it's still running. So let me just accept this. So let me look. Okay, I think it is done. So let's make sure this is coming from custom. You can see custom file, custom button. And we have not created this for, so I'm just going to comment this out. And let's just tell it to create this component. So I'm going to paste in the prompt. So before we do that, let's just wait first. And because we're going to have to add install transfer query in order to create this component. So let me make sure the error is not fixing error. Okay, let me comment it out for now. So I'll create a routes.cx. So I'll say routes.cx. So this is just to refresh the token. So remember we've added this in the proxy. So it's going to redirect, it's going to call this route to set the access token. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to paste in a prompt so that the AI agent is going to write it out. So I'm going to just tell it to, let me just change this to, sorry, this is the, create the route handler. Okay, I think that is okay. Create the route at this page. And so it's going to get the cookie name and the cookie option. Then it's going to create a get route, and this is going to redirect to so it's setting the search bar to land. Then it's going to get the refresh token. And if there's no refresh token, it's going to redirect the user to the login screen, and it's going to clear the both. It's going to clear the cookies. Then it's going to create the enforcement and call the auth refresh token and pass refresh session and pass in the refresh token. And then it's going to verify if there's no access token. Then it's going to clear and redirect to sign in. Then on success is going to set the access token and the refresh token. And then that is it. So let's just click on enter. So this creates this file. So I'm going to click on send, and it's going to create this inside the routes.tx. While this is running, let's go back to the process. I want to make some changes inside here. So instead of blocking this, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say if refresh token, I'll just say then if refresh token is equals, sorry, let's just if refresh token and if request dot method is equals to get, then let's just call this. Then if the request method is not get, so since we're using server action, most likely we are going to receive the request method as post. So I'm just going to return this to next response next. So what we are going to do, we are going to also do the same thing we did here. I think I can just make this a component, sorry, a helper function, but I'm going to also use it the inside the action. So inside auth, I'll scroll down to the bottom where we have the get info server client. So since we're going to be using this to get the info user ID inside all of our server action, to get the leaderboard, the user progress, anything requesting from the database, you're going to be using this. So we also want to, in any case, inside the pros, the request method was not sent by the my Next.js request method is post, and this is going to move over to the next. This is going to cause this is going to throw an error here, and we don't want it. So what we are going to do, we are going to also check if the access token does not exist. Then we're going to call the refresh token, the refresh session from Inforge, and then this is going to we're going to then set the access token right here too. So that is two-step, um, more like a fallback. So in that case, so what I'm going to do, let's just make this. Let me go into the lib cookie, and I can just paste this here. Just copy this from the, and I'm going to just say export this, and I'll go back into the proxy, and I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to import it. So let's see. Okay. So once we import it now, we can go back into, we are going to go ahead and implement it. So, but let's first of all look at what the agent has done. So let's create the route handler. So inside the route.tx, so I'm going to accept changes of what it did. So let me just change this to delete instead. Let's remove all of this and do the same thing for, I'll remove this. So now we can see that how it got the redirect URL, which is from the search param redirect. Then get sign in redirect, so sign in, then set the search param, then clear the cookie on response. Then if not refresh token, then it's going to call this function. And now we can see it has gotten the info from the create info server client. Then it does info.auth.refresh session. We pass in refresh token. Then if there's any error or not, there's for any reason we didn't see the access token, is going to redirect to the sign. Then finally, it's going to redirect to the request. Okay, it's going to create error. I was going to okay if we pass, it's going to pass the redirect URL. Else it's just going to pass the default redirect, which is len. Then we can see that it does so you say next response redirect. Then we're going to set the cookie, and if there's refresh token, it's going to then set the refresh token. So this is fine. So now we have this. Now what I'm going to do. So before we go ahead, the next thing we're going to do is to create in the auth provider. So remember I said we're going to come back to this. So let's just update this now. So now we have the access token. We're going to also get the refresh token here. And I'm going to use net instead of constant. And then I'm going to say if not refresh token and or let's import this from cookie. Let's import this is tokens there. And I'm going to say is and I'm going to pass in the access token. And let me wrap this here. I'll say and refresh token. So let me import this. And so I'm just going to say certain something's wrong. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this for only the proxy. So we can just bring it back inside the process. So just bring it back here and then save it, and let's go back to cookie. I'm just going to remove it. So I'm going to go back into the auth.tx, and this time I'm just going to paste it here, but this time I'm going to change return to true. Yeah, and I made a mistake here. This should be access token. So now we can see that the error has stopped. And then I'm going to call the refresh. So we can call the create info server client. Then you can say info.auth.refresh as a refresh session and pass in the refresh token. Then inside it we can then say uh if error or not data dot access token. Then we're going to clear the cookie and we're just going to throw unauthorized. And now we can then say await set cookie, and we can just pass in the access token as a data dot access token, then refresh token data dot refresh token. Then we can then assign access token equals to data access token. So this is okay. Sorry, set cookie. And this is so let's make sure we remove the import. And now that is it. So this is fine. So we are done with this. Now let's install Stack React Query so that we can create the auth provider. So with this we can have the the user button, the sign out, the hook, so we can use it inside the dashboard, sorry, inside the header components, and I think inside the layer, inside the landing page, where we inside the landing page .tx, where we have to check if the login will show the continue learning button. Else we're just going to show the get started and uh, the login button. So let's install Transfer Create Query. So let me clear my terminal. So I'll paste it here. Answer React Query 5.95.2. Click on End. Sorry, I forgot to add npm install. So while it is running, we can go ahead and create the query provider. .txx, and then I'm going to paste this here. So this is use clients. We're going to import from the query clients and query client provider from Transfer Create Query, and then we're going to wrap this query provider inside the layout. So I'm going to app layout.txx, and we can just wrap this here. So let me move this inside it, and let me import the query provider. Now we have this, we can then create the auth provider .cxx. So let's create the context. So I'm going to call this auth context, and this is going to be equals to create context from React, and we're going to give this undefined. So I'm going to have the types here. So I'm just going to paste this here. So this is exactly how Insforge is going to return the user email, profile. We have the name. Then we have the auth context type, which we have the user is loaded, is sign in, sign out, and refresh user. So I'm just going to pass it here and reset all to undefined. Now let's create the auth provider. So I'm going to say function auth provider children is going to be of type children. React React node. So let's return. So I'm going to import use router from Next navigation. So let's say use router. Let's also convert, let's set this page to use client. So at the top, we can just pass use client here. And there I'm going to say constant use query from Transfer Create Query. And we are going to pass in the query key, which is going to be user, and then the query function. So this is going to be async. So let's say constant result or response is equals to await get current user from the action. And then we can say return results dot user like this. So we can get the data, and then I'm just going to say user is equals to null and it's loading. So now we have this, we're just going to come down below here and let's create the sign out function. Sign out is equals to async let's undo try catching, and then we're going to say await. So have since we call this sign out, so let me scroll down. So I call this sign out s- so let me rename this to sign out action. So I'll copy this and I'm going to just say sign out action, and then we are going to catch any error. So I'm just going to say constant or console any error, console.log signed out, and I'm going to pass the error. Then here we can then route the user. So the sign in page. So we can also return the let's get the query client. I'll say query client is equals to use query client. And we can use this here. So here query client just sets query data user no like this. Now we can also have the refresh user. This is going to be equals to, I'll just copy this, paste it here, and you can say invalidate query key user. So now let's return this. We can say return out context. Sorry, out context dot provider can pass in the children, and I'm going to pass in value user is loaded. I'll say not is loading. Then we're going to surpass in a sign in and sign out refresh user. Then below we are going to create the hook use auto, and let's import the use context from React. So now we have this, we're going to wrap the layout with this. So I'm going to go into the layout and I'm going to do it below the query provider. So let's just wrap this. I'll move this inside and let's import the auth provider. So save this. Now we have access to the use auth. So we can go ahead. Let me save this. We can go into the header.txx and we can import this. So constant, let me make this use client. I'll say constant is equals to use auth from auth provider, and then we can get is loaded and also is signed in. So yeah, I'm going to use the is loaded here. This is going to show a spinner. So I'm just going to say if not loaded, then I'm going to return this component or this element header with the logo and the spinner. Then I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say is signed in. Then we're going to show a user button. So for now, we've not created it. So I'm just going to move the sign in and sign out. Yeah, so let's move this. Then save this. Then we're going to do the same thing inside the landing page. So I'm just going to convert this to use clients and let's get the hook. Use auth. So let's get the is loaded and also is signed in. So yeah, we're going to say if not is loaded, then I'm going to show a spinner. So let's import spinner and let's pass in class name. I'm going to give this size 8 and we're going to say else is signed in. Then we're going to show the learn button, sorry, the continue learning button or the learn button. So I'm just going to uncomment this. And then we're going to say else. We're going to move the signed in and sign up button. I'm going to move it here. So now this is fine. So the last thing we're going to create is a user button. So we're going to do that here. So I'll just say the AI agent to help me create. So I'm going to paste it here, the prompt. And basically it's just telling the agent to create this file. It's going to import the drop down and it's just going to show the logout and the username. So it's going to also add the avatar component. I don't know if we've installed the avatar, but I'm just going to click on send and let's confirm if we add the avatar component here. So I added it. So let's wait for it to create this user button component. So I'm going to wait for it. So now we can see that it has created a user button component. And now let's just click on accept changes. And I'm just going to copy the user button and it has import the sign out. You can see the sign out function. And I'm just going to copy this. And I think I already did the sign up the redirects. Okay, / sign in page. So let me just remove this. Let's remove this. So let's go back to the header component and let's import the user button here. So I'm going to import this, then save this. So now let's try and run the server. So npm run dev. So let's head back to the browser. So before we head over to the browser, so make sure in the header.tx you've added the link here to the login and also to the sign up. So once we do that, let's head over to the browser, and we can see, let's click on login, and we can see it's taking us to a login page. So I'll click on sign up, and I'm going to sign up into my account. It's a new account, so I'm going to pick an email, and I'm going to say check with email, and then I'm going to click on create account. So it's saying token and session token is missing. So it has already, so if I go over to Inforge, and then we go over to Inforge, then inside the authentication, let me reload this. You should see that my account has been registered. Yeah, you can see. So I'm just going to remove it. So I think let's head back to the code. So I'm going to remove the cookie. So inside the auth, I'm going to remove inside the sign up. So I remove this. So I think if you look at the data, we can see liquid amount. So for this, yes, there was no token sent. So I'm just going to remove this. So let's run this again. So I'll go to my browser and I'm going to try and sign up again. So let me write my name, and I'm going to click on create account, and you can see that just sign up successful. Now I'm going to get the code from my email. So I'm going to paste in the code. I'm going to click on verify, continue. So this work. So should redirect us to the course page. Yeah. So we can see, so let's try and open the dev tool. So if I go to application, we can see the access token and the refresh token. So everything is working fine. So what we are going to do now is to work on the courses page, and then first of all we're going to work on the tables. We're going to create the tables, then after the tables we're going to then create the courses page. So let's go ahead and work on that. So in this chapter, we're going to look at the database tables. So we're going to create all the tables we need for this project, and we can see them here. So the first thing we're going to have is the public users table. So yes, Inforge has an auth users table. The only problem is that we can't fetch all users. So since we're going to create a leaderboard page where we can rank, so I'm going to show you where we can rank top users in the database. So to fetch using the Inforge SDK, you can't really fetch all the users because of security reason. So the only way to achieve it is to create a separate public user, then sync the two tables together, the auth user from Inforge and the public user. And we can do that using the database trigger. So we're going to see how to do all of this. And we can just look at the columns we're going to create for each table. So we have apart from the user, we have the courses table, which is going to hold it's going to hold the languages, the image. We're going to be using the Inforge and the storage, store the images. Then we have the user progress. This is going to track the the active course of the user using the course ID, and also the active level, and also tracking the user points. Then we have the levels, so this is going to hold the levels, and it has the course ID as a foreign key. Now we have the level progress. This is going to track the user's level progress, and we also have the voice session. This is going to store the level ID, user ID, the score, if the session was completed, and the status like this. And we have the subscription table where we're going to store in the customer ID, subscription ID from by using Polar, and the status and the current period end. And lastly, we're going to create a leaderboard visual table. So we're going to see this later on because to write the database using Insforge to write the querying is going to be a little bit difficult. So we want to just use custom a visual table, like you can call it view. You're going to just create it using you're going to write an SQL query that's going to create it, so it's going to be easy for us to fetch the users, ranking them by the points they got from the user progress stored in the user progress. So let's go ahead and look at how start creating them. So the first thing we're going to create is a user table because most of them are connected to the users table. So I have this database schema MD inside. So I'm going to scroll to the top where I've listed all the tables. We can see the users tables here, the course. So we can copy this and paste it inside the AI agents. So this is going to create a table for us. And below this, we have the trigger function. You can see you just copy this and we can paste it inside Inforge SQL editor. And this is going to create a trigger and link the trigger to the auth user. So before we do that, let's first of all create a user table. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to say copy all of this. And let's say now let's create the tables. So I'm going to say the first one is the users, the public user table. So I'll paste this here and click on enter. So this is going to create a user table. So let's click on enter and let's wait for it. So after this, we're going to go ahead and run the trigger function. So this is going to sync with the user with auth table. So I'm just going to copy, then remove all these comments. Let me remove all of this. Just comment this out. We don't need this. Okay, this is used to highlight it. So I'm just going to copy this and let me click on run. So this is going to run this and let's wait for it. So now it has created the tables. We can see the user table has been successfully created and is a public mirror of the auth with the foreign key referencing back to the original ID. Is there any other table and this? So let's just go and create the trigger. So I'll go to the client and let's go into the Inforge and database. So we can see, let me wait for this to load. So now I'm going to go into database and we can see the users here. So we can click on the database studio and you can see figures. So currently we don't have any database figure or function. So I'm just going to go to the SQL editor and I'm going to paste the just copy this and paste it here. So it's going to create the handle new users and this is going to trigger when one user is created. After inserting to the auth user, then it's going to execute this handle new users. So let's click on run. Now we can see that SQL query executed successfully So we can go back to the database, click on Studio, click on triggers. Let me check function. Okay, yeah, we can see it here in function. And you can click here to see the SQL query. So this is it. So now let's go back to the code. Now we can continue. So I'm going to copy the remaining tables here. So we have the courses, level, user progress, the level progress, and the voice session, subscription. So let's just ask it to create all these tables. So I'm just going to paste everything here, and it's going to create them. So let's wait for it to finish. So now it has created a file called db setup SQL, and it wants to run the script so you can see all of the SQL. So I'm going to click on run, and this should run this file. So let's wait for it. So now it has created all the tables. I think I made some mistake in the tables. Inside the user progress, I should have removed the username and text. It's not necessary. Then the subscription, I forgot to add the polar customer ID and subscription ID. So I'm going to ask it to update this. So I'm just going to add this to it. So we have the polar subscription ID and the polar customer ID. So I'm just going to copy this and tell it that I made mistake in the subscription table and drop it and recreate it. I'll just paste it here. So I'm going to wait for it. So for the user request, now I'm going to update this file so make sure everything is correct. So I can just remove those ones directly from the Insforge database. So now it has dropped the tables, and okay, let me click on run. So now it wants to okay, it also want to alter the user progress. So I think I've done it already. Okay, and let's wait for it. So now you can see that it has successfully dropped the old subscription table and recreated it, adding the polar subscription ID, customer ID. And notice that because I've removed the username and email source directly from the Insforge database. So notice that. And I think that is up. So we can head over to the Insforge. Let's go to the Insforge, and we can see the user table, the courses level, user progress, voice session, and subscription. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to delete this user. So I'm going to create this user again. And now let me go back and make sure my server is running. So we want to, let's say npm run dev. So this is going to make sure our trigger is working. So I'm going to open the browser. So let's click on sign up, and yeah, I'm just going to pick a name. So click with email, and I'm going to click on create account. Now I'm going to get the code. So I've pasted the code, and I'm going to click on verify. And this has redirected me to the courses page. So let's click on Insforge, and we should see this user here. So let's go into the database and confirm this. So now we can also see the user is added to our public users table. And we can see if we click on this is linked to the auth users ID. So this is working fine. So let's go ahead and work on seeding. We are going to seed the courses and also the levels. So we're going to fill it up with data. So let's go ahead and seed the courses and the levels into the database. So I'm going to go into, let me collapse this. I'm going to create a folder. So let's create a script folder. And inside it, I'm going to say seed courses .cx. And inside here, I'm going to paste it here. Let me quickly paste it here. And let's go through it. So I'm going to first of all load the env config from Next.js. Then I'm going to import the create client from Inforge. Then we have the base URL and the key. Then we're going to have some languages. So this is just the code. And we can see the languages. So I have a list of languages I want to add into the course table. Then this is the actual function we're going to run. So we are going to store the images. So if you remember inside the public, we have these images and lang. You can see the PNG. So we're going to point to this directory. We can see public images and lang. And we're going to get these images and we are going to upload them to Inforge. You can see upload to storage and you can see Inforge storage from bucket name. We give this a bucket name lang and the base directory. Then we are going to then insert them into the DB with the the lang code. The title is going to be I think okay, the title should be the first one. Okay, I'm just making them uppercase here. So we're going to have a title, the code, and that's everything we need. And after that, we're just going to run this in the terminal. So I'm going to open my terminal. I will cancel this, clear, and I'm going to paste this and click on enter. And this is going to run the file. So something is wrong. You'll not find the module. Okay. You'll not find this. Say courses.txt. Okay, I know the issue. The issue was because I added scripts here. So this should be scripts. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it and click on enter. And this should work. Okay, something is wrong again. Not all spotted. So let me quickly fix. So I found so what I did is to comment out this import and import it directly inside the function. So before we run this again, let's head back to the browser and let's first of all create the sorry, let me go back and let's create the public the buckets. So where did I bucket name? So the bucket name is blank. So let's quickly create the bucket. So I'll go to the browser and I'm going to go into storage and let's create a bucket. Let's call it lang and click on create bucket. Now we have the bucket. We can go back to the code and let's run this file. So I'm just going to scroll down, copy this again, and I'm going to paste it and click on enter. And let's wait for this to run. So now you can see that it has started saying the cursor is processing the first um, Spanish. Yeah, could not find image key column. So, okay, so I think we missed out the image key from the courses. Let me confirm this. So I'll go into, let's go, let me go into database. Yes, because missed the image keys. So I'll just add it here, image key, and we can just call the string on text. So let me just say string. And what we're going to do, let's head back to the browser to do that manually. So we are going to go into the database, and inside the course we're going to just edit this, and we're going to add a new column, image key, and I'm going to just save this. And inside the storage, I'm just going to delete all of this. And now let me go back to the code, and we can run this again. Sorry, let me save this. So you can see that it has added the Spanish, Hindi, so it's working fine. So let's wait for it to finish. So I say final font for Japanese PNG. So that's now it is done. So it has added all the courses. So I'll confirm this from the blank folder. Oh yeah, that is true. So let's head back. Let's go to the browser and confirm this. So I can go back here, refresh this to see all the images. Then we can click on database, click on courses. Then we can see all the courses. We can see the title, the line, the image source, and the key. So this is great. So now the next thing we're going to do is to seed the levels. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another script. So let's call this seed levels.txt. So I'm going to paste it, and we can see it, like you can see it. So it's going to seed all of this. So we have level 1 to 10. We can see the level number, the title, I think it's a title and purpose. So we have all of this, and this is going to first of all, it's going to get the courses. Then it's going to look through the courses and add all the levels to them. So we can reduce the level if we want to 5. But currently, I'm just going to leave it like this, and I'm going to run the script. So let's open our terminal, clear this, and I'm going to paste this here. So I'm going to change this to script, and we can see seed levels.txt. So click on enter, and this is going to seed all the levels into the DB. So let's wait. So now it is done. So we can go to the browser, and if we click on levels, we can see this, we can see the course ID to all the levels. So this is great. So now we are done with this. Now we can go ahead and work on the courses. So let's go ahead and start working on the course page and also the action. So before we do that, let's go into the app, and inside the action, I'm going to create a function I'm going to call async handler. .cx. So basically I'm going to use it to wrap the action. So it's going to have the try and catch inside. Then if there's any error, it's going to throw the error. And we're going to pass in like a fallback error. So I'm going to say interface. Let me just set this to use server. And I'm just going to say interface async handler options. And we're going to pass a fallback error, and this is going to be optional. Then let's say export async function. I'll call it async handler, and we're going to give this a type like this. So this is going to accept any the response. So I'm going to add action here. So we're going to pass in the action, and this is going to return a promise, and we need to pass in this here. And we can then say options, which is going to be of type async handler option is going to be empty. Now we can just say constant is equals to options, and let's get a fallback error. Now we can just say try catch, and we can say await return await action. And if there's any error, we can just say if fallback error. So if fallback is not equal to undefined, then we just return fallback error. Else says just throw error. So now we have this. Now we're going to create the course action .cx. So let's inside the loop folder, let's create constant .cx, and I'm going to paste the constant. So basically I'm going to have the total exercise is going to be asked, it's going to be practice. Then we're going to have minimum passing score, earning correct answer, then total complete, which is 10. I think, sorry, I need to remove this. We already have total exercise, so I think total complete is not needed again. So we're going to have export and free level 3. This is for the free user, they only have 3 level, and the others is going to, I think this is total complete, and they're going to the other levels will be for pro user. So let me just leave it like this, and let's go into the course. So in order to write this quick, I'm going to be using the AI agent to write this out. So we're going to create the let me just make this use server, and let me just add a prompt. So I'm going to tell the AI agent to create the course. It's going to create the action to get all courses, and then because if you look at the diagram, we have this active color here. So this is going to get the active course from the user progress. So it's going to return the all the courses and also um the active progress, and we are going to also create another action to up insert the course. So when you try to click on any of the languages here, it's going to set the current, it's going to update the user progress with the course or the language you select. So I'm just going to come back inside here, and I'm going to place the prompt. So I'm going to tell it to uh, let me come to the top. I'm just going to say create this function, create this action inside the. So I'm just going to point to it, and we can see it's going to import. It's going to import this. Say import this, and it's going to create a function. So it's going to call it get all courses. Then server actions that get Inforge client and user ID parallel queries. Then user progress table for active course ID. Uh, then course table for all courses. Then map courses. Adding the is active boolean true if course ID is equals to user active ID. Then it's going to return the array and the fallback error is going to be empty. So let's click on enter. So all of these prompts I'm going to pass, I'm going to uh, add them to the code so you can get all these prompts. You can see the auth prompts I have already here. So I'm going to add the all the prompts for the course. So we can see, and so let's just accept changes. Now it has created everything. So it's looking good. Now we have the we have the uh, we have the get all courses. Then I'm going to also create the action for updating the user progress or creating the user progress if it does not exist. Then it's going to update the active course ID with the ID the user select. So let's do that. So I'm going to paste the two. I'm going to say now now creates this action. So it's going to do that. So let's wait for it. Now we should see that it has created it. You can see it's got the Inforge, the function from the alt file. Then it has get the user progress. Then it's going to offset the user ID is this user ID which we got from the info server client. Then it's going to add the active course ID to the course ID we have here that we passed. And we can see if there's any error, it's going to throw the error. And you can see that it is wrapping this with the async handler we just created. So this is great. So now we are done with the action. So I'm going to tell the AIA. So it's mainly the pages. Now I'm going to go into the app. Then we're going to create a folder inside the route. So I'm going to call this course. And I think, sorry, this should be courses, not course. And then I'm going to ask the AI agent to create this, and it's going to use the get all courses and then the upsat user progress. And let's just paste, let me paste the prompt here. So basically, it's to create these two files, create this two file course page. It's going to create the card component. Then it's going to have the card component here, which is card item. Then it's going to use the use mutation for the user progress and redirect to learn. Then it's going to import this card. Um, so it's going to import this card from the /UI um, custom /card .txx. So then for the courses page, it's going to do the same thing. It's going to import the header, the card item, get all course action, then it's going to import use query, the skeleton components, and then let's just let me click on enter and let's see. So this is going to go ahead and create this and create a course page, and then it's going to use the get all courses and offset user progress with answer create query inside the course folder. So let's wait for it. So, so now we can see it's creating the card item, and we can see it here. So we can see it has created, it has imported the offstat user progress and has given us a query key. And let me confirm it's importing this from custom. Yeah, we can see from custom card. And let's click on accept. So let me see. Okay. Let's go into the page.txt and we should see we have the get all cost. I'm going to just return this. Let's do constant response equals to await get cost return. Let me change this to async and return response like this is okay. Then we can see I want to learn, and this is a list of a course. Then it imported the footer. So I think inside the footer I'm going to let me go into here. So I'm going to hide this element. So let me just pass in a prop here. I'm going to say hide list, or yeah, let's do hide list. Then I'm going to say hide list boolean. I'm going to make this optional, and I'm going to set default to false. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to hide, let's just say hide. So if not this, let me move this inside. So that's it. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to just hide, pass in hide this. Sure. So let's save this now. Now everything is fine. So let's run this. Let's run our server. npm run dev. And let's move over to the browser. So let's log into the account. And I'm going to let's click on sign in. And this is going to redirect me to the learn page. So let me just change this to courses. And we can see that. So let me reload this. So there's an error. We need to add this inside. Let me copy this. We need to add a host name um, in the next config. So let's just go back to the code. And let me scroll down to where we have the next config.txt. And I'm going to just pass it here. So instead of this, I'm just going to copy the host name from the env. So let me go into env. And this is the host name. So I just copy this. And I'm going to paste it here, then save this. Then I'm going to also go into the page.txt. And this I'm just going to set this to text center and 3XL. I'll remove this color. I'll just say text here to let's use Excel for smaller screen. Let's save this. And now let's go back to the browser. We can see the flag, the images are coming through. Now let me try and click on any of these to see if the offset is working. So I'm going to click on this, and we can see loading state. And I think something went wrong. So let's go ahead and look at it. So I'll go back to my code, and let's see. Okay, there's no unique. Okay, so I think let me go into the action. then inside the course.txt. What we can do, we can just copy this error. Let me give it to AI. So I'm just going to copy this. I think I need to really to make the user ID unique. So I'm just going to add it here and I'm going to paste the error. I'm going to say make um the user the user sorry the user progress user ID unique and make all the foreign the make the user ID a foreign key on cascade. So let's click on enter. So it's going to help us to fix the issue. So let's wait for it. So now it's going to addressing foreign key remover. So it's going to create a file to fix it. So we can see it has created a file and let's wait for it. So it should run the file. So I think it's 20 for all the tables. You can see subscription, voice session, level progress, and user. So it didn't add this to on delete cascade. So I think that is so I think it has done it. Let's go back to the browser. And if you look at the tables here, the user progress, we can see the user ID is unique and it has changes to user ID cascade. So let me try again and click on this. Let's click on Indian or Hindi or Spanish or click on anyone. And let me confirm this, okay? So I think it redirected us to the landing page. So let's confirm. Let's go into the user progress. Now we can see that that's added the so we have a active course which is linked to a Spanish and this is fine. So let me go back and let's see if this is going to set. Yeah, we can see that this is active. So I'm going to change this color to use the primary color like the way we have it. So let's just fix that. And let me go back to the code and I'm going to go straight to the card item and let me change this to use primary and change this to instead of text neutral, I'll say text muted foreground. This is fine. So let's go back to the browser. And now we can see that it has updated. So now this is working fine. So you're going to go ahead and work on the dashboard page. So the land page is going to be the land page. We're going to work on the dashboard, sorry, the sidebar and the add the layout. So in this chapter, we're going to work on the dashboard setup. So we're going to create, okay, we've already created a dashboard and we're going to we have the layout already. Now we're going to use the sidebar inside here. So I'm going to say sidebar and let's import it from Shanty UI. We are going to, sorry, not sidebar provider. We are going to create in the app sidebar. So let me just comment this out for now. And below here, we are going to import the sidebar uh, inside. And I'm going to give this a class name, flex minimum height SVH. And I'm going to give it flex colon. And here we're going to say main And I'm just going to give this a class name. Let's pass in the children. Yeah, so I'll just give this with full like this. Let me also add in the first column item. Let me pass this here and first column. Let me just remove this. And then I'm going to say item center. So now let's create the app sidebar. So I'm just going to create a folder here. I'll just say common. I'll say aside app sidebar dot cxx race. So let's paste in the prompts. I'm going to pass this component inside here. I'm going to paste in the prompts. So I'm going to tell the AI agent to create a navigation item, then with the icon image SVG, leaderboard, and then the upgrade, which is top.svg. All of these images are inside the image folder where we can see them here. So it's going to say create the component should have the parts from the use parts, then render the sidebar from the UI component slash sidebar with the collapsible icon border y2. The header we have the logo, and the contents we have a sidebar group is mapped with the navigation item. And the footer we have the user button component. So let's just click on send. And let's wait for this. So now you can see it's analyzing the sidebar, and it should start creating, it should create the components, it should create the app sidebar now. Now we can see it has created we can look at it. We can see the nav items, the title, the ref, and the icon. And we can see it imported the sidebar from Shanty UI, and it has added it's active using the path name and then link to their various pages. And the footer we have the user button. So let's just click on save. So I think it made some changes inside the inside the layout. It has added it for us. So let's go into the add sidebar. Okay, accept this inside the layouts. We're going to just accept the changes. And inside the card item, so we made some changes here. So let's just accept this, page.tx. So let's just say accept changes. And now we have this sidebar here, the app sidebar. So now let me create the pages we need. We're going to create all the pages. So I'll say learn the learn folder, and we're going to also create the leaderboard and upgrade. And then upgrade folder. So inside the line, we're going to create the page.cxx, and we're going to create let me create the page.cxx for the leaderboard too. And let's just quickly create the page. Let's do REFCE. Let me call this line page. So let's look at the diagram. So I'm going to go straight to So let's look at it. So the next screen is this screen. So we have the sidebar already. Now we're going to create this page. So we're going to create the action to get all the first. So I'm going to pass the prompt. So this will create that. This is going to create the action. Then we need to also create the action to get the total XP, the total points, weekly points, and we're going to create the upgrade to super this component, and then we will have the leaderboard. So let's first of all create this page. First of all, we're going to have the action to get all the course. Then let's just go and do that. So let's go into the app action, and inside the course.ts, we're going to do it inside here. So let me quickly accept the changes, and let me collapse this. So I'm going to paste in the prompt. I'm going to say create so we're going to first forget the user progress. We're going to say create the create this action. I'm going to paste this here. So we're going to say get user progress server action that gets the Insforge client and user ID, queries user table for current user. Then it's going to return the user progress data or no. It has fallback of no. So let's click on enter. And let me stop this first. Let me revert this. So create this action inside and click on enter. So let's wait for it. So after this, we're going to create the action to get a current level. And this current level is going to have the progress. Like you can see inside the diagram, we have, so let me open the diagram again. So inside the diagram, let me scroll. Sorry. We can see the progress bar. It's going to return the percentage. Then we can see um the lock level. So it's going to return if which level is locked, or for pro user. For free users, these levels are going to be locked. So it's going to return that. So let's just go and do that. So let's go into the action course.txt, and let's review this. You can see it got the Inforge server client. Now it's going to fetch all data from the user progress, and we can see it has returned the data. So I'm just going to say accept. Now we are going to I'm going to paste the prompt. So this is a little kind of long, so I'm going to paste it. So I'm going to say create this action too. So the get current scores we're going to get the Inforge client user ID, then get the user progress from the user progress table. If there's no user progress, then we don't know. Then parallel query, so we're going to use the promise, and we're going to say course detail by active course ID. So we get the course by active course ID. Then we can fetch all the levels for that course ordered by the level number in ascending order. Then we say all level progress for current user. Then okay, we need to also create the user. So we're going to get the user subscription, so to know if the user has a subscription for its pro status and map level, adding computer field. Then we can see all of this. So I'm just going to add the prompt for the get user subscription. I think it's not going to do. Let's just say for the current, I'll just say import date, import date. So currently does not exist. I'm going to do that now after this. So import this from the subscription, do not implement it if it does not exist. Then click on enter. So I'm going to create, let's just create the subscription, a subscription, let's say subscription dot use tx. So it went ahead and create a subscription function. So I'm just going to try to recreate it back because this is not exactly how I want it. But let's check the cost of tx and let's see the. So let me accept these changes and we can look through it. You see, it got the cost, the levels, and the level progress, and also the user subscription. And we can see, so the cost, the levels, the progress record, progress of data. So it's getting the is pro from subscription.pro. So if pro level was completed, then it mapped this, have it like this. Okay, so it mapped through the level with progress, then the progress record. So it found the level ID that matched with the ID of the level, then completed, progress is completed, then it's prologue. So if not it's progress, and level number is greater than free level. Then the current, so the current is the active level the user is in. Then we have the lock. So we have lock. So if not completed and not current, then it is lock. And then we have the is prologue. Then we have the percentage, which is mass round progress score divided by the total exercise times 100. Then we have the, so you had the previous level was completed and is equals to completed. Then we can see that it has returned the course, the progress, user progress, the levels, and is pro. So this is great. So let's look at the subscription. So let me go into the subscription and let's accept this. So I'm going to, instead of getting all of this, I'm going to select some part I need. Sorry, let me remove this. We're going to get the plan status, current period, and yes, I'm going to do if data plan is pro and data status is active. And I'm going to also say and new dates data dot current period end is greater than greater than new dates. So let me wrap this and let me change this to dates. Then save this. Now we're going to have the data. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just pass it like this. So I'm going to say if it's pro plan, data plan, or free, then status. Then I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to copy this. So let me just pass plan, free, and status. No, like this. So this is okay. So we are done with the subscription, the get subscription, and we are done with the get current cost. So we're going to create the next action. So if I go to the diagram, we're going to create the action. Once you click on the start button, it's going to create the voice session. So if you look at the diagram, the table. So we're going to create the we're going to add in the user ID, the level ID to, and the status to the voice section. So you can create a multiple voice session. So once you click on any level, you start a level, a new voice session will be created. So let's create this. Let's quickly create that. So I'm going to go into the course.tx, and below let me paste in the prompt. So let me do that here. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say create the server action. So, so I'm just going to point to the file where it's going to create. I'm going to paste in the prompt. So I'm going to call this the start level session, which requires the level ID to be passed. So a server action that gets the Insforge client and user ID check subscription. If not pro, check if the user already has a voice session for this level ID. If existing session found, throw error upgrade required. I think this is for pro. This is for pro. Then Power DB operation, insert new voice session with user user underscore ID level ID session status active completed first. Update user progress set active level ID to level ID. Offset level progress with user ID level ID complete first, and return the session ID wrapped in ASIC handling. So this upgrade required is for the free user. You can create more than one voice session. Let's say you want to retry the previous and completed level, or create, if you failed and you want to try again. For free user, you can do that only once, but for pro user, you can create more voice session as you want. So I'm going to click on send, and let's wait for you to create this server action. So all of these prompts will be available in the GitHub repository, so you can get all of them. So I'm going to call it action prompt dot action prompt.md. So let me click on it, try. So now it is running. So we can see the start level session. So it's created it. So let's wait for it to complete. So let's look at it. So the first thing it does is going to fetch the user subscription action. So it's going to check if this user if this subscription or this user is a pro, it's not a pro user, then it confirm how many levels. If it has created a voice session. If not, if it does, then it's going to show upgrade required. Then we can see that so it's fetched the voice session again. Then it's also fetched the user progress to get the action level. Then we pass in the level ID. Then the level progress, so it offsets the user ID, the level ID completed to false. Then on conflict user ID and level ID. Then we have the section response. Then we can see the response of error through error. Then session ID is being passed. Yeah. So this is great. So let me accept changes. And now after this, we're going to create another action. So the reason why we need to create this now. So if I go to the diagram again, let me scroll to the right. So in this single course page, we have this statistics here. So we're going to get the stats with the weekly and the total SP. And I think that is the only thing we're going to create. So later in the next chapter, we're going to work on the leaderboard. So let's create this action to get the total stats, the total points for the users. So we're going to get it from the user progress. So let's create the action. So I'm going to go into this course.tx, and so let's paste in a prompt. So I'll say create this action, server action, and I'm going to point to this file. Then I'm going to paste in the prompt. So I say create a get the name of the action, get XP snap server action that get the Insforge and user can calculate the start of the current week, Monday, midnight power query user progress for total points, voice session for this week. So it's going to use the voice session for this week to get the total score for the week. Then it's going to calculate the weekly, oh sorry, the total, okay, yeah. So it's going to use a score feed. Then it's going to calculate the weekly points, sum of the session dot score times the point n per correct, then return the points and weekly point wrap in async handler. So let's click on send and let's wait for it. So it has completed, it has generated everything. So we can look at it. So it imported the XP and per correct. Let me scroll down. Then we can see, okay, we can see the get XP start. So I'm going to accept this. Now we can see that it's the start of the week Monday at midnight, and you can ask it to use date function if possible. Let me ask it to use date function for that. For this, then we can see use user progress weekly session. Then fetch the user progress, the voice sessions, and we can see it's calculated the points progress. Okay, yeah, it's giving us the returning the point from the user progress. Now it's calculated the weekly points, and we can see the return the response. Yeah, so the points and the weekly point. So we have everything we need. So I'll accept the changes, and so now we're going to work on the UI. So I'm going to go into the route inside dashboard, and inside learn we're going to work on this page. We are going to create a common folder. So this is going to have some components we are going to import inside the learn page. So I'm going to write the prompt, and the AI agent is going to create the learn page and all of the components required inside the page. So let me clear my um, agent the prompt input, and let me paste the prompt. And I'm going to paste the first prompt, which is the learn page. So I'm going to tell the AI agent that this is a server component that gets the user progress. So it gets the user progress. I need to mention inside the action, it's going to use, sorry, inside the course.txt, it's going to use the get user. Yeah. So I'm going to say it's going to get the user progress action like this. Then I'm going to say redirect to course if there's no active course ID. Then render the layout full screen with a max width of 1056 pixels, center flow, and reverse with the stick bar. This is going to be a component. We're going to create later inside the underscore component underscore common and the field level too. So I said note just import the field levels from this part and stick it back from the common folder. These components will be created in the next step. So let me go into the page, and I'm just going to point to the learn page and click on enter. So this should start generating the page. So let's wait for it. So it's going to it's analyzing the route. So let's wait for it. So now we can see that it's generating the page. It has removed this. We can see the start bar and field level. And you can see it has converted the page to a server component. It got the user progress and so the user progress from the get user progress. Now you can see we have, so I'm going to accept this. So we don't have these feed level components. So I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to paste, so it's quite long. I'll say the feed level components should be created inside. So create, let me say create the feed level in underscore. So let me make sure the path is correct. So len slash underscore feed tx clients, a client's component. And I'm going to also mention, okay, I'm going to tell it to get the current cost from the action. So from the cost.tx action, and the state, okay, state for is pro model open extract levels cost title cost image from the data, calculate difficulty between level 1 to 3, intermediate and advanced, render header components with primary background and back button, difficulty badge, and then we have the course title with flag image, render level button in zigzag pattern using this ensure skeleton when loading. So basically this is, then I'm going to say um okay, this is fine. Let me click on send. So it's going to create this component inside the learn common folder. So let's see what it's going to do. So now you can see it has created the components now. So it has calculated the difficulties here. So we've got the get current cost from the action. So it's done. So let me accept this. So this I want to change this to async. Await async. And we can see it's loading states. Then we have, let me see, then we have the image from the course, the title, and then we have the level button, which it has not created yet. So you should have passed everything inside the level button. That is how I tend to even do it. So everything should be inside the level button. So I'm going to ask it to move them inside the level button. So let me quickly paste the prompt for the level button now. So I'm going to paste the prompt. So I'll say create the level button in slash len slash underscore level button component. Then we can see, okay, this one also has calculated okay, we have the use mutation for start level ID, and we're going to still create the level popover. So I think I'm going to tell it to move. I'm going to say now once done, move the props and the think difficulties. Yeah, move the props and difficulty inside the level button. And if loading in the field, sorry, in the field level, pass loading to the level button. So I've completed it. So let me click on send. I'm going to click on send now. So it should go ahead and create the button. So the reason why I'm asking it to add loading is that I really don't want to use this as a loading state. I want to create the level button. Then I can use the level button also to handle the loading states too for the zigzag uh, levels we're going to create. So let's wait for this to be done. So now I want us to install the React Circular Progress Bar. So let me run this. So it has installed the package and it's going to continue working. So while this is running, I want to make some changes inside the field level. So I want to remove this loading state here. So inside the header components, so let me do it here. So I want to modify this instead of using sticky zeros. I don't want this. I'm going to change the style. So I'm going to paste the style, and this is going to have relative flex with full item center justified between rounded to excel bj primary 5 pix 5 padding 5 text primary foreground, then shadow small, border black, then transition off. Then I'm going to instead have the loading here. So what I'm going to do, let me come down here. So I'll add icon size here to icon, and let me collapse this. I'm going to remove between from this instead, and let me just give item center instead of margin bottom. So I'll just give it gap x2. Yeah, and I think everything's okay. So let me collapse this, and I'm going to wrap this with a div. Yeah, so let me give it a div, and so instead of creating the loading here, so I'm just going to get this loading, and I'm going to instead come down here where we have this gap uh, x2. So I'm going to say is loading. Let's import skeleton, and I'm going to give this a class name, height 4, width 24, and bg white opacity of 20, rounded, large. Then I'm going to open a fragment here and move both of them inside. So this is fine. And we're also going to do it here too. So after this div, I'm going to say, I'm going to copy what I have here. I'll paste it here. And let me move this inside. Let me move this here. So instead of 4, I'm going to increase it to 8. And then I'm going to increase this to 40 by this. So I think this is fine now. So let's look at this. I'm going to also add padding top 5 here. So let me look at the AI has done. So I'll go into the level um, button, and we can see what it has done. So let me accept changes. So you can see it has moved the get difficulties to inside the, so okay, it has it inside the level button, and we can see the loading state, the level popover, which is going, I'm going to ask it to create. And it also made this, yeah, you can see it made this props optional, which so let me see again. So it has this here, so there's no point passing it in the prop again. So I think I should remove it. So let me remove it from the feed level. I think so. Let me remove all of this. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pass the key, and I'm just going to pass the structure level and pass it directly. Then instead of total level, this should be total count. And I'm going to say level length -1. And I'm going to remove this. I think we're not using this again. So let me remove this. Now at the top, I'm going to say if it's loading, then I'm going to say array dot from length 10 dot map. I'll get the index, and let me say else here, and I'm going to move this. So let me remove this, move it to the top, and there I'm just going to copy the level button. I'll paste it here. Then this time I'm just going to pass the key as index. I'm going to remove this level, remove this, and total count. I'm just going to remove this and just say 9 like this. So I think so. Let me confirm the level total count from inside the level button. So total count. Okay, we've already subtracted here. So let me just remove it too. So this is fine. So we need to create in the supermodel. So before we create a supermodel, let's first of all create in the level popover. So I will do that. So I'm going to add this class. So make sure you add this class flex color items and justify center animate post. Then I'm going to also add in let me see. Sorry, it should be inside here. I'm just going to add in some class here. So I'm going to add in BG neutral, dark BG neutral 700, rounded full, border B8, border neutral 400, dark border neutral 600. Then I'm going to save this. We should see, let me collapse this. And so let's go ahead and create the level popover. So I'm going to say create, I'm going to place it level popover inside the len /_ level popover client component, which has this props, and it's going to render a popover with trigger as children content shows level icon title description, process completed, starts. So I think it should be practice instead of practice. I'll say retry. Button states retry when completed. Start current score on start quick lock with lock icon or upgrade pro. Show spinner when it's pending. So I'm going to click on send. So this is currently running. So I'm going to wait for it to generate. So let me quickly retry. So it has completed it. So I'm going to go into the level popover and I'm going to accept changes. And I can scroll down to look through it. So it's got the popover and it has tied it. So let me scroll down and we have the get button icon, get button text, okay, which is coming from this. So um so it didn't add there's something that's missing here. So yeah, I need to add this here. So I replace this with it. So let me import let me import this constant. Okay, I think I commented it out. So let me go into the lib constant and I'm going to comment this out. Yes, then I'm going to import it. Yeah. Then for the retry, so instead of retry, I will change it to retake, not retry. So retake, and earn the once you complete it, you earn this total amount of points. And I think this is okay. And the popover then add the so it does not have the popover arrow. So I'm going to add that. I'll go into these components, popover contents components, and I'll scroll down to the bottom and let me add it here. So we can see popover arrow, and I'm just going to pass it here. So inside this level popover, I'm going to add it at the bottom. So let me pass it here, and I'm going to import it. So let me import this and popover arrow. So let's see. I think everything is fine. So let's go into. So before we go back into the level button, so let me remove this. I don't need button icon inside the popover. So I'm just going to remove it. All the text is okay. Let me remove all the imports. See. So I'm going to also add in the popover. I'm going to add this open, and I'm going to pass this. So let me pass it here. Is open and an open change. So I'm just going to say, let me add it here. Is open. So let's go into the level button. So inside the level button, I have already added this is open, set is open, and I've passed it here inside the level popover, and also it's completed there too. So I'm going to just update this file with the one I have. So let me quickly do that. So I'm going to do that here. So inside there where we had the start, I'm going to wrap this with let me wrap this here. So if not open, we're going to show the start, and I'm going to also change this from this color, and I'm just going to use the color primary. Oh, let me stick with the one we have here. Let me just stick with this. So I think it added a build style. Okay, it's coming from the package. So let me leave this for now. I wanted to add the primary color. So let me see if this will work. Let me use far color primary like this. Then here I'm going to increase this to 9. And instead of the star icon, I've already added this here, the get icon. So I'm just going to copy icon, and I'm going to scroll down here. Then for this, I'm going to add pointer and pointer event none. They're rounded full. Then let me replace this with the icon. So I'm going to also replace this too with this one. So let me import image from the next image. So I'll do that here. So import image from next image, and the image I use is the super logo, which is coming from the image inside the public folder images, and we should see the super logo. So that is fine. So let me just quickly make this import stop train an error. So we are done with this part. So I think the next thing we are going to work on is the super um, model inside the feed level, these components. So let me quickly paste the prompts. So I'll do that inside here, paste it here. I'll say create the super model. So I'm going to just say parts learn, and I'm going to just click on enter, and it's going to render a lot dialog with supermodel styling, showing pro superbar image at the top, title upgrade to pro, description, unlimited pricing, two button, maybe later, secondly close, model upgrade now, primary link to the upgrade page. So let's look at it. So inside the super, so I'll accept this, I'll remove this to, and let's look at it. So this should be default, not primary. And this is the maybe later upgrade to pro, and the super, I think this is super logo. So let me see. So I'll change this from 480. I'm going to use 360. And let me see. For this image, I'm going to change this to use a different image, and I'm going to make this um to absolute. So let me just set it like this, and we have the title. So let's go into inside the feed level, and let's import it. So let me import the model, and now inside the page.txt. Okay, I can comment this out, and let's look at how it looks. So I'll save this and run the server. So let me cancel this, and let me run it again. So this is how it looks. Okay, it's reloading the page, and we can see how it looks. So I'm going to go ahead and fix it. So this takes some more width. So if I click on this, we can see the pop over and the start button. So this one's a lock. So we can see the lock text, and we can see the title, the purpose of the level, and for the pro part, we can click on this, and this is going to show the dialog. So we're going to fix this. I'm going to update this file so it fits well. So I'm going to click on this to close. So let me go ahead and fix this. I'll go let's go into the code, and here I'm going to update this code. So I'm going to just paste the code here, and let me just comment this out. And I'll save this feed levels. So we can see I have the waitful PT4 NAD for I'm giving this a maximum width of 1056, and then flex, and also item starts with gap 18. So I don't know why this is showing an error. Okay, I think this is different from this. So feed levels. So this is fine. So we can go ahead and check it again. And now we can see how it looks. So also this, I'm going to also change the way this is. I want the Spanish to be at the left, but this is fine. And we need to also show the level 1 to level 10, and the current level the user is on. So I'm going to fix it, and then we're going to start working on the sticky bar. So let's go back to the code and let's implement it. So go back into the feed level. Let me fix that. And I'm going to update this. Before we do this, let's go ahead and let's first of all work on the sticker bar. So I'm going to open my code agents, and inside the page we should have the sticker bar, which is going to be inside the common folder. So I'm going to add it. I should add it. I'm going to add it here because it's going to be used. I'm going to also pass it inside the leaderboard too. So I'm going to ask you to create it inside this common folder. So I'm going to paste this here. So this is a create a client component inside this part, a client component. So the imports, then the component should get the username, user query, then we're going to get the subscription, and we're going to get the get SP stacks. We are going to extract the is pro point, weekly point from the query data and create the grid layout. Then the secondary card is going to have a trophy icon. So this is for the grid. Then we have the weekly. So for the upgrade, so we're going to have a upgrade component. So I'm saying this will be created in the next step. But also the leaderboard that shows top 5 is also going to be created in the next later. So I'm just going to click on send. And this should go ahead and start creating this to create this component. So let's wait for it. If I go here, we can see the sticker bar. And so this is just a placeholder. So we're going to remove, you can see placeholder components. And inside the page.txt, it has imported it here already. And let me accept the changes. So let me accept the changes, and inside the sticker bar, I'm going to accept changes. And now we should look at it. So total SP, and let me confirm the card component is coming from the card, from the custom. Let me remove this import, and we should see the weekly, and we can see if it's pro and not loading, so we can show upgrade, and it's leaderboard page, then show, if it's not leaderboard page, then show the leaderboard. So let's go ahead and confirm. Let's go ahead and view this. So I'll head over to the browser. So let me reload this page. So something is wrong. We can see that this is staying at the bottom. So I'm going to fix it so it stays at the top. So let me go and fix it. So let's go back to the code, and inside the sticky bar. Okay, we can see that bottom is 6. Let me just change this to top 6. So I think the problem is coming from the self end. So I'm just going to change this, and I'm going to change the top to top 3 and pattern top 4, and we can go back and check it again. So let me see. So now we can see that this is showing properly. So I think the pattern is much. So I'm going to change it. Let me reduce the padding, and let's head back to the code, to the browser, and everything is okay. So now we have the total XP and the week. So let's go ahead and work on the upgrade components. So I'm just going to go back to the code, and so we're going to also create custom. I'm going to paste it. So this is it. So I say create this client component, render the card, left space y2 with image super logo svg, and I think we're going to also add another logo. So let me just create a component, and if there's any changes I need to do, I'm going to add it. Okay, yeah, we can see the images, super image to svg. So I'm going to click on send, and this will go ahead and create this component. So let's wait for it. Now we can see it has created the components inside the upgrade, and I'm going to accept changes. So it does go ahead and update. Okay, it's updating the sticky bar. So let's wait. So now it just removes. I'm going to accept the changes, accept all changes, and it is done. So let me go ahead and check it. So we can look at it. We can see upgrade to super, and we can see the icon. So with the image and this image. So everything's looking good. So I'm going to fix this icon that is not showing. And I think we're going to go ahead and work on the leaderboard page. So let's go ahead and work on. So let's go ahead and work on the leaderboard server action. So before we start working on it, we need to create the virtual table that I mentioned previously. So this is going to help us to query the DB. So because we want to rank the user, all the users in the DB, we want to rank them by their point. So we're going to be creating a virtual table so it's easy for us to query the DB. So this is exactly how it's going to look like. It's going to have the user ID pointing to the user progress. We're going to have the points, the name, the email, and rank to calculate. So it's going to be calculated via rank. So if we go into the DB schema in the GitHub repo, we should see leaderboard view. So we're going to run this SQL. I'm going to copy this. So basically, this is going to create or replace any existing one. So we're going to select the user ID, the points from the user progress. You can see it's from public user progress. And we're going to get the name and email from, we're going to join the public users and get the name. Then we're going to rank them by the user, by the points. So we're going to see grants, select on public level view. So let's copy this SQL query, and let's go to the browser, and let's go into Inforge. So let's wait for it. So now I'm going to go into SQL editor, and I'm going to clear out this and paste this here. And now I'm going to click on run. So now it just created this table. So now we can then query this table. So let's go back to the code. And now inside the action, we're going to create the action. So I'm going to app action inside course.txt. We are going to so let me collapse all of it. So yeah, I'm going to paste the prompt so the AI agent is going to generate the server action. So I'll paste it here. So it's going to create a function called get leaderboard limits. It's going to pass limits to 10. And this is server action. So it's going to query the leaderboard view. So it's the database view. And it's going to be ordered by ranking, ascending. And we're going to limit the count since we're passing the limit. So let me just click on send. And this is going to create it here. So I'm going to wait for it. Now you should see that it has created this. Something is wrong. It went ahead and updates the. So let me stop this. Let me stop this. I will reject these changes. Sure, it went ahead and made changes to the get and stack. So I'm just going to dismiss this. I'm going to paste it again. I'm going to tell you to create this server action function. And I'm going to click on send again. So let's see. So I'm going to wait for it. So now we can see that it has created this, it has created the function. So let me accept the changes. And we can see that it's got the Inforge. Now we can see squaring the leaderboard view. So it's going to order by rank ascending order to true. And we are going to map the leaderboard. So that is it. So we are going to use this inside. We are going to use this inside the. First of all, I'm going to create the components inside the dashboard. So inside the common folder, we're going to create a leaderboard component. So this is going to list top 5, and we're going to then work on the leaderboard page. So let me paste the prompt to. So it's going to add it inside the sticky bar. So let me close. So let me paste it here. So I'm going to ask it to create the component. Then it's going to fetch the use query hook. Then it's going to extract the user, the database, the data leaderboard. Then calculate show filter if user length is greater than 1. Then it's going to have the card components, the trophy icon, and the list of users and their points. Then we're going to have the avatar user. So I'm going to have the components. So with this avatar user, I'm going to have it inside the components. So I'm going to create leaderboard txx, and I'm going to just paste this here. So this is we're going to have the rank icon. So based on the rank, we are going to show who is going to the top um, rank person, the top user who's going to have the crown icon. We have the medal. We're just going to change the color. And this is the avatar, which is going to have a different random color and background color attached to the avatar. So let's just add the avatar first. So I'll cancel my server and say npx fancy. Okay, let me confirm if we add the avatar. So inside the UI. So yeah, we added the avatar. So let me fix the import. So this should be UI. Yeah, UI avatar. Yeah. So it's going to import it. So I'm going to say the rank component with rank icon. So I'm going to tell you to import them from this. So I'm saying import the rank icon avatar user from this pack. So let's click on send. And this is going to generate the leaderboard components. So let's wait for it. So now we can see that it has it's generating the leaderboard components. So let's look at it. So let me accept changes. And it has added it inside this. You can see it has remove it from here. And we can see the leaderboard components added here. So for the show filter, it's okay if user length is greater than 0. I think okay, it's greater than 0 and not is loading. Then it's going to. So I think this should be greater than 1, not greater than 0. So yeah, this should be greater than 1. So I'm going to just replace this with this. So user length is greater than 1. So we're going to get the top 5. So let's quickly create for the leaderboard page. So I'll do RAFCA leaderboard page. So let me add it and let me paste the prompt. So I've pasted the prompt. So it's going to create this as a client component. And this is exactly what I'm asking it to do. So it's going to fetch the get leaderboard from the server action. It's going to show the loading state, sticker bar at the top, and there's sticker bar at the top. So it's going to pass in the sticker bar too. Then we're going to have the main component, which is going to have the leaderboard title with trophy icon, list the users from the leaderboard data, show rank numbers, give them a special, I think, model. Medal is going to give them gold, silver, bronze, then user avatar or fallback. Um, so I think this should just import the user avatar with initial form. So use the avatar image, sorry, the avatar user. So it's going to eventually to import it from here. So use the avatar user component. So let me click on send, and this should start creating the page for us. So it's defining the client components. So it has created the page. Let me accept changes, and we should look at this. So there's an error. So this is fine. So I can't find when the error is coming from. So I'm going to look at it. So let's go into the leaderboard, sorry, inside the sticker. And let's just go ahead and preview this. Now you can see the current user summary, the user available. And as you can see me here. And if I go to the leaderboard page, we should see, we can see you are ranked 1 out of 1, and this is me here. So when we add more users, I'm going to add more users, and you should be able to see the list of users here. So I think so that is all. So we are done with this page, and we are done with the leaderboard. So let's quickly create the let's go ahead and create the levels page. So once we click on any of this, click on this and click on start. So if I click on this, we can see two. So I'm going to remove one spinner, and this should redirect me to slash level page. And so let's just go ahead and create it. So this is where we're going to have the voice agent, which we are going to implement with Vapi. In this chapter, we're going to work on the levels page. So inside the app, we're going to create a folder. So I'm going to create it inside the route. I'm going to call this level. And inside it, I'm going to create page.txx, and we say RAFCA, and I'll change it to level page. So before we implement this, we need to create a server action to get the current level. So inside the action, we can go into course, and I'm going to do it here. So I'm going to paste a prompt. So I'll paste a prompt here. So to get a prompt, I've added all the prompts inside the prompt folder. We can see it here. So we have the action.tx action prompts or MD, and you can see all the prompts I use here. So I want to create the get current level prompt. So this is going to be inside the course. So TX, so I'm going to say um, create the server action inside the, so I'm going to point to the course.tx, and this is going to just get a user probably active level ID, and if there's no level, it's just going to return no. Then it's going to get the details, the course, so to get the course title, rank, language. Okay, the lang by active course ID. Latest incomplete voice session for the level. Then get user subscription for is pro check. And so that is basically what we're going to do to wrap it with async handler. So let me just click on send. And this is going to create the server action inside the course.txt. So let's wait for it. So now we can see, so I'm going to accept the changes. And so let's wait for it to finish. So we're going to go ahead and use this inside. This is going to be called inside the levels page. So I'm going to pass this inside my AI agent, and I'm going to paste in the prompt. So I'm going to add the prompt inside the prompt UI prompt.md file so you can get all the prompts I use. So let me paste it. So I'll paste it. So I'm going to ask to create two file. So this is going to be a server component which is going to use the get current level. Then we are going to create a loader file here. I'm going to say loading.txx. And this is going to, so I'm going to pass in I'm going to later paste the prompt. So it's going to create the loading.txt. So, but let us create um, this levels page. So I'm going to click on enter, and this should create it. So now it is done with it. For now, I'm just going to accept these changes. So I'm going to just comment this voice session. Let me leave it. We're going to implement it. So let me go ahead and tell it to create the loading state. So I'm just going to say create a loading state. So I'm going to click on send. So the loading state is just going to have a fix, but it's going to have like a background effect with the logo from logo teacher. If you look inside the public folder, I have different logos. So inside the image, we can see um we can see logo teacher. So I have logo sleep, then this other logo. So I have this logo. So let's go into your loading.txt, and let me accept the changes. And we can see it as import this. It's going to show preparing your session, and it's going to have initializing at the bottom. So this is good. So let's create the voice session as a voice session.txx. So I'll say RAFCE, and let's say voice session. So let's go into the page.txx, and let's import this. So we're going to get this prompt. So let me make this default. So I'm going to go ahead and get all the props here. So I'll pass in the props. So let me remove this and paste it. So now to implement voice agents into our project, we are going to be using Vapi. So let's head over to the documentation. So we're going to be using Vapi, which is a voice AI agent for developer. So make sure you just click to sign up. I've already signed up into my account, and this is how the interface looks like. So this is exactly how the interface is. So just click on assistant, and here we can create assistant. So before we create anything, let's look at the documentation. So I'm going to spin up both the documentation. We can see doc.vapi.ai quick start web, and I'm going to click on the web call. So here we can see there are different ways to integrate Vapi. We have the client side and we have the server side. So we are going to be using the client side, but we are going to create the assistant in the Vapi dashboard, like you've seen here. And if we scroll down here, we can see how to use Vapi. We are going to install the Vapi AI the SDK. So we're going to install this, and then this is how to use Vapi. So you just pass in the public key. Then when you want to start, you just pass in the assistant ID, and you can listen for events and also the message which send the transcript to the client. So we are going to use that. So I'll click here, and we can see a full implementation. You can see you just set Vapi is connected, speaking transcript, and we have to set the Vapi instance, and we can listen for the event. So let's quickly go ahead and install it. So I'm just going to let's go back to the code editor, and let's open the terminal. Now paste in, then click on enter. So this is going to install the Vapi AI, the Vapi SDK, web SDK. So let's go back and we're going to get the API key. So make sure you sign up and log into your account. So in the dashboard, we're going to scroll down. You can see API key. So click on it, and if you should see public API key. Let's copy that and let's head back to the code editor. So inside the env, we are going to paste it here. So let me scroll down to where I have env, and I'm going to paste it here. So this is a Vapi public key, and we are going to get the Vapi assistant ID. So let's get that too. So we're going to head back to the browser, and inside here we're going to go into into assistance, and let's click on create assistant. So we're going to use this. Okay, I think, yeah, this is the prompt I use when testing it out. So we're going to use this prompt. We're going to pass in the first message. We're going to ask, say, first message mode, assistant speak first. And we're going to set some other things there. So let's quickly create the assistant. So create, I'm going to use blank template. And let's just call this Venga assistance. Let's use blank and let's click on create assistance. And now we can see this here. So I'm going to add the system prompt inside the GitHub. So let me show you where it is. So I'm going to add it here. So I've already added it inside the prompt folder. We can see Vapi prompt MD. So just copy this, everything here. And then we are going to copy the first message. So I'm going to paste both of them. So let me go back to Linker assistance, and I'm going to paste it here. So in this system prompt, we're going to be passing a variable. So we can see I'm using this double parentheses. I'm going to pass in the language. I'm going to do that with the Vapi SDK. I'm going to pass in the language. So this is going to replace where I specify language. Likewise, if you come over here, you should see purpose. You can see a language. You can see total exercises, and we can see total exercises here. And I think there is also purpose, but you can't see it here. So, but that is fine. So let me quickly paste this. The first message the AI agent is going to say. So I've pasted it. So you can see we also add in the language here. So now you can pick any provider you want. You can go with OpenAI. You can choose the model, and you can also override the settings, the model settings. You can override any of the settings with the Vapi SDK. So I'm just going to leave the default, but we are going to later on change it. So let me see. We can also see the cost. I think you can see the cost. We can switch. Well, let's just leave it with the default, and then let's scroll down here. We can see voice configuration. So let me click on this. No, not this. Okay, I think it's voice here. Yeah, you can speak any voice. We can pick 11 lab. You can see 11 lab. You can pick Azure. You can pick anyone. So I'm just going to leave the default Vapi and this voice here. So you can click here to see other options. So I'm going to scroll down. We can add fallback voice if you want. Then transcriber, I'm going to leave the default 2 days and English. So everything is fine. Then tools, we're going to add tools. So when the user gets the pronunciation of say the word correctly, the AI agent is going to call the mark correct tools. And this tool is going to give the user a point. And then we're going to have completed time 2, which we're going to also create. So we're going to create an endpoint for that. And this is where you can see that you can add the tool. So we're going to come over to it. And then we can see, let's scroll down. So I want to scroll down to where I have messages here. So in messages, you can add the you can see client messages. So we can click here. So this will allow the Vapi to send the event. So we can see if I scroll down, we can see transcript. So when the transcript is generated, it's going to be streamed to the client. And to call, we also have to call results. So I'm just going to accept that too. And you can see voice inputs and all of this. And we also have end call message. I think this is so this is the message that the assistant will say if the call is ended. And I think that is all. So let's click here. So you can click here to publish it, and you can see everything here. Before I okay, let's just publish it first. So I'm going to click on skip and publish, and you can click here to view the code. You can see the code, and you can click here to talk to the AI agents here. So once you click on this,
and confidently. Ready?
yeah, I'm ready. So we can see that it is working now. So I'm going to end it. So let me
Word
end
2.
it. Let me end the code. So it does not have the language variables that we need to pass. So let's just close this. But you can see you can see the code. Yeah. So you can copy this and add it to the Vapi SDK if you want. But I'm just going to close this and let's copy the assistant ID. So before we go ahead and do that, I'm going to click on tools. And if you look at here, this is how to create it. So I already have the complete level 2 and mark or a 2. So this is what I use when experimenting with it. So to create a 2, we can just click here, click on any of the 2. They have multiple 2. They have integration. You can click on custom 2. And this is where you can give it 2 name, description, and this is where we're going to pass in the API URL. So we are going to be using the ngrok for running so we're going to be doing this local. So you need to install this so this can serve the local host tree so it can be accessed anywhere. And with this ngrok, we're going to pass in the URL inside the Vapi server URL field. So we're going to be passing it here. So if I go to mark correct, let me continue. So if I go to mark correct, we can see 2 name mark correct, description for when user correctly pronounce a word, award XP, and we can see the URL here. So I'm just going to change this. So this URL is no longer working, so I'm just going to remove it. I'm going to come back here once we run the server. The local server, we are going to place it. So I'll keep it as empty for now. And that is the only thing we have to do here. So the save button is not working. So let me just go to the complete level. And I'm going to say, are you sure you want to continue? So say continue. You're going to come back to update it. So for the complete level, we just have complete level. And the only description we have here, all this when all words are done. And the server URL is pointed to the same server URL. So we're going to use one endpoint for both the complete level and the mark complete correct. So I'm going to remove it. So we're going to come back to update it. So just create the 2 pass in the complete level and the description in each of the tools. And once you're done with it, we are going to go ahead and copy the assistant ID, and let's head back to the code. And we're going to pass this inside the env. So scroll down the env, and I'm going to paste it here. So let's create the Vapi file. So inside the lib, I'm going to create vapi.txt, and let's import Vapi. And we're going to pass it here, so we can use Vapi inside the voice session page or voice session component. So here we are going to, first of all, let's import router equals to equals to use router, and let's import this from Next navigation. And we're going to have states here. I'm going to paste them here. So let me import states, use states. So we're going to have status, it's speaking, volume is muted, messages, call, flash, is exist dialog, and completed. So we're going to see how to use this. So these are for the app, while this is going to be used for the Vapi. So I'm going to add a call status at top here. So let me add use client first, and I'll pass. So let me paste it here, and let me remove. So we're going to have the role assistant to user and type string. Then for the call status, we're going to have deal connecting active ended. So let's use Vapi here. We're going to, let's get using fetch to import use fetch hook. Let me quickly import it. And we're going to use Vapi. So let's import Vapi. Vapi.on. So we're going to start with call start, and we can pass in a method here. So you can just pass in the method. So I'm just going to let me remove this. I'm going to have the functions here. I'm going to just do them above here. I'm going to have, like, let's say constant handle call start, use call back, or we can move it inside here if you want. So let me just use it like this. I'll say use callback, and let's follow the Vapi documentation structure. If we come over to the web call, we can see how they implemented it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to let's copy this, and let's head back to the documentation, sorry, to the code, and I'm going to just paste it here. Let's import the use effect hook, and let's create the state so we can use the Vapi for we added in the lib. But let me just follow this from the documentation, or let me just remove it. So Vapi, so let me remove it. So instead of this, we're just going to use Vapi from the lib. So let's import it, and I'm going to also paste it here, 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 and here. So I'm going to remove this API key, and now so we have the call start event, call end, start speech, and speech end, message, and error. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the method for this. So instead of doing it like this, I'm going to just create, let's say, constant handle for start, and let's just copy this and replace this here. And we're going to use the status which we have here. I do continue. I'll be connecting, active, and ended. This is also known as connected if you want to change it. So let me just leave it as active. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass in the status here. So set status active. So we're going to do the same thing for, let me duplicate this. And I'm going to say handle call end. And I'm going to change this to, sorry, I'm going to change the active here to ended there. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to just replace this. Then we're going to also set speaking to false. So I'm just going to replace this. And let me say, sorry, set speaking false. So we have for start speech, I'm going to also copy this again, paste it here. Then start speech. I'll copy this and I'm going to paste it, remove this and paste it here. And this is just going to have set speaking to true. So I've pasted everything. We have handle speech and handle volume. Then we're going to implement the handle message. We have the handle error, and this is everything here. So let's save this and let's implement the handle message here. So we're going to check if message is a type of transcript. So I'm going to add that here. So if message, so let me change this to message. So if message type is transcript, then we can say set message. So we're not using transcript, we're using message. So I'll just copy this and I'm going to just pass this here. So we're going to have row and text. And if we want it to not return in trunk, we want it to return the final message. So I'm just going to say and message dot transcript type is equals to final, and this is going to then add it to the list of messages. So now we have this. Then here we can say if message can track for to call. So I'll say if message dot type is equals to call, then let's just say console.log two calls, and we're going to also say if message dot type is equals to, so I'm just going to also console log the message, and we're going to say to call result. So I'm going to pass in to call result, then we're going to pass in the message. So if you want to get the tools that was called, we can use that here. We can say message dot to call list dot for each, and we can say to call, and let me set this to any. And for now, I'm just going to say constant the to call ID is going to be to call dot ID. And let's just say console.log for ID. So later on, we are going to check for the two calls, the mark rate, and the completed level. So let's first of all implement others first. So let's continue. So below we are going to handle the scroll effect for the messages. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to pass in this bottom ref. So let's import ref, and then below here we're going to add a use effect. So I'll paste it here like this. There we can see button ref current scroll in view, and then we can say constant start session is equals to, so let's say status. I'm going to say this, sorry, status, and this is going to be connecting, and I'm going to set messages to empty array. Now let me use try catch here. There's no need for it. Let me just remove it. So I'm going to say await. So let me convert this to async, and I'm just going to say vapi dot start, and we're going to pass in a vapi assistant ID. So I'll say process.env dot. So let me go into the env and let me copy this next public vapi assistant ID. I'm going to paste it in, and um, I'm going to pass in like add an assistant overrides. If I over start, you should see assistant and assistant overrides. So what I want to pass here is the variable values, and here we're going to pass in the language. So I'll say language. This is going to be level. I think we passed language here. Yes. So we're going to also pass in the level number. So let me pass in level number underscore number. So this is going to be level dot level number. We are going to also pass in the title. I will say level dot title, purpose, level dot purpose, and total exercise. Total exercises, and this is going to come from the constant, also total exercises. And I'm going to also pass in metadata. So this metadata is going to be retrieved inside the tool. So inside that endpoint we're going to create for Vapi, think of it like a webhook. We are going to get the metadata. With that, we're going to use to save the user, to know the user, and then also the session ID and the level ID. So I'm going to pass it here. So I'll say meta. So say metadata, and let's pass in the user ID. And this must be string. So I'll say string user ID, and the session ID, string session ID, and lastly the level ID. So this is going to be string level dot id. So that so we're going to have a function to end the session. So I'm going to call constant end session is equals to, so I'll say if status is equals to active, then we can say vapi dot stop, and I'm going to say set status ended. So I'm going to also have a function to say constant to exist the voice session page or components. I'm going to say constant handle confirm exists, and let's return end session and router dot push slash len. And for the toggle button, we're going to say toggle and toggle mute. I'll say constant next muted is equals to is muted. Then we're going to say vapi dot set muted next muted, and I'm going to say set is muted to next muted, and let's import those from Sona dot info. So I'll say if next muted, then microphone muted, else microphone unmuted or mute. So this is fine. So I've changed it to unmuted instead. So now we're going to use the speaking label. We're going to get the speaking label. So I'm going to just paste it here. I'm going to say if it's speaking, we say AI is speaking. If status is active, we just say listening. If status is connecting, we say connecting. If status is ended, we say session ended. Else ready to start. So below here, we are going to say if completed, then we are going to return a component. For now, I'm just going to leave it as fragments. So we're going to create a component for that. So now let's start working on the page and the component. So let's add a class name. So the class name, let's import cm from YouTube, and we're going to pass in this class. So width full height screen, transition color description 300, and using in and out. Then we're going to use the flash. So if user is correct, we're going to have, I'm going to say correct. Then I'm going to show a BG green 100. Then for dark mode, I'll say BG green 950. It's 0.9 opacity. So let me change this to question mark. Then else we use a BG background like this. So now let's remove this, and then we're going to have a div. I'm going to give this a class name. Width full, height full, maximum width 7 XL, MX auto, flex column, padding Y5, and gap 4. Now we're going to have the header. Let's give it a class width. A class name, a width full, flex item center, justify between, padding Y4, and shrink 0. So here we're going to have a div. I'm going to also give this a class name, flex item center, gap 4. And here we're going to have a button. So the user, if the user wants to go exist. So I'm going to say on click. So I'm going to set exist as dialog true. So this is going to display a dialog. Okay. So now we're going to give this a class name. We're going to give this a class text muted foreground, then text and foreground. Let us import the X icon. So X icon from Lucy React. Let's give this class name or size 5. And yeah, we're going to have a div. And let's say span class name text small, font bold, uppercase. And let's give this a color of text muted. Foreground, and here I'm just going to say level dot level underscore number, and level language. So let me change this to ptag, and I'm going to have h1 here, and here we're going to say level dot title. So let's give this a class name. Text to Excel, font extra bold, and tracking heights. So now we have the header. So we're going to still add some we're going to add some stuff here. So I'm going to collapse this, and inside the header we're going to show the score and the number of points in. So I'm just going to paste this here, and let me import this icon, then import these two. So we're having flex item center gap 2 font bold, then the correct answer, so the correct with the total exercise, and this is the point. So we can see the score times the number of n per score. Then this is going to give us the user score. So we have this now. Down below here we can have a div for the body. So I'll give you say class name grateful flex 1 gap 4 mx also let's use overflow hidden. So here we have a div. Let's give this a class name flex column item center margin button 30 justify center gap 8 and as a width 1/2 padding x 8, and here this is going to be the status. So I'm just going to pass it here. So we're going to have flex item center gap 2, and this is the span that's going to show if active we have this color and animate pause. If active and is speaking and is not speaking, this is not going to be green. It's going to be green if it's just only active and it's not speaking. Then if it's connecting, we're going to have this color. And if it's idle and or ended, we're going to have PG muted foreground. And this is going to show the space, the speaking label. So here we're going to have a component. I'm going to call this, and we're going to pass the status and is speaking. And we're going to also pass in volume. So this component, I'm going to paste it here. So you can copy it from the GitHub. So I'm going to paste it here. So I've pasted it. So we're going to have, we have the status volume is speaking and the type. So we're going to say post size 80 plus volume times 80 is going to be increasing based on the volume. And we have this div relative flex item specified with the width. And we're going to have this range when AI is speaking. So if it's speaking, we are going to be we're going to add this as absolute. We're going to set the width, the height, and we also have this other div. Then we can see if status is connecting, then we have another absolute div here. And this is where we have the image. We can see we have relative z index, and we have if it's equals to ID, we're going to just show border and BG muted. Then if it's connecting, we have the border, we have the background color active, and if active and not speaking, if ended, you can see then we have these images. So if it's active, it's just going to show this image, and if it's not active, you will see this image logo, and we can see if it's active. If it's active, we're going to add. So if it's not active, we're going to make it the color of the logo, the color of the image. It's going to be a grayscale. Else, if it's active, we're going to have grayscale to 0. So that is it. So I'm going to collapse this here, and now we can see the error has stopped. So below here. So we're going to have the level purpose here. So I'm going to paste this, so level.purpose. So this is going to have the text small, text muted, and text muted foreground, text center. And below here, we are going to have a div. And let me give this a class name. And it's going to have flex, item center, grab 3, And then inside the div, we're going to say if status is equals to ended, then we're going to show a button. So let's set this as fragment, and let's import the button component from so let me import this. Then we are going to have on click, and this is going to, we're going to pass in the start session function. So I'm going to increase the size to large, and let's give it a class name. So as a class name, I'll increase the padding x8, and let's also say gap 2. And let's import a mic icon from Lucy React. I'll give it a class name of size 4, and we're going to say begin session. Then we say else if status is equals to ideal, and we're going to, let me copy this button. I'll paste in the button here. So let me remove this. We don't need to add this. So instead, I'm going to say if is equals to ended or status is equals to this. So here we're going to have two buttons. Here is going to be end session, and we're going to change this to, so I'm going to show the dialog to set is SS dialog, so to true. And here instead of mic icon, I'm going to say phone off icon. So I think that is it. So let me also add import a button here. And I'm going to set this to size icon. Then we're going to say on click toggle mute. And let me give this a variant of outline. And then inside here, we're going to say if it's muted, then we're going to show import mic off icon. Let's say class name size 4. We say else. Let's give this, let me copy this. And we're going to say size 4. So let me also add text and the destructive, and like this. So this is fine. So below here, we're going to have the conversation list. So I'm going to do that here. So let's import the card component. We're going to import this from the card UI component UI custom card. And I'm going to give this a class name flex. flex column width 1/2, and I'm going to make sure this has a background color of transparency and px0. And yeah, we're going to have the header part, so I'm going to just paste it here. So we just import this icon. So we can see this is going to have class name flex item center gap 2 px5 py3 border bottom and border. And this is the text on the icon. So this is going to we're going to have the content below here. So let's have a div, and I'm going to give it a class name flex 1 overflow y auto px5 py4 and space y4. And here we're going to say messages dot length is equals to 0. Then we're going to have an empty state, so I'm going to paste it here, and let me import this boat icon from Lucy React. And there we're going to say else, and we're going to look through the messages dot map we can get the message and the index, and let's return. So we're going to create a message bubble and components. So let me just say, so I made a mistake. So I'm going to pass here, I'm going to pass the key, which is going to be index, and we're going to pass in the message, which is going to be message. So let's create this component below here. So I'm going to paste. So let me paste it. So this is going to check if this the row is equals to user, then it's going to change the this class. And let me import this user icon. So if it's user is going to use this icon, if it's both, else it's both, it's going to use the both icon. And similar to what we have here, we have the its user is going to have a different style for the text wrapper. So this is exactly what we're going to do. Then below here, we are just going to have a div, and we're going to pass in the ref to bottom ref. And now everything's fine. So yeah, I'm going to paste in um the dialog. Remember we added this in this button. We have so okay, yeah, the exist dialog open, so we need to have the component for that. So I'm going to use the alert. So let's import it, alert dialog from Chant UI. So I'm going to paste the component. So I've pasted it, you can see alert dialog, and I'm going to import this, import the header component and this title, and I think everything is fine. So lastly, we're going to also listing for if the user click the back button of the browser, we're going to show the dialog. So we're going to use the use effect hook for it. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to paste it here. So let me remove this. So now if it's going to listen to the pop state. So once you click on the back button, it's going to show the is this dialog to true. It's going to be set to true. So I think this is all we have now. So let me also add for auto. So once we land on this page, we want this to the start session to immediately start. So you don't need to have to click on the begin session. But if you want that, you can add it. If you don't want, you can remove it. So I'm going to add it here. So I'll use the first hook. So I'm going to paste it here. So this is going to set a set timeouts, and once you land on the page, um it's going to call the start session. So we are done with this page. So we can look at what we've done. Save everything. Before we start this, let's go back to the Vapi dashboard. So I forgot to pass in the tools, and I'll scroll down to where we have the tools, and I'm going to select the tools. I will select mark correct and mark completed. Then save this. And let's head back to the code. So let's go ahead and work on the API route. So I'm going to go into the API folder. Okay, let's create the API folder. So I'm going to create it inside the app API, and we're going to call this Vapi. Sorry, Vapi. And inside Vapi, we're going to create a folder called to, and then I'm going to create a file called routes.txt. And at the top of this, we're going to get the Insforge clients, create client. So let's import it. So now I'm going to ask the AI agent to create this Vapi to the server side. Well, so this is going to um add. So it's going to check if the to call name is marked correct. It's going to add SP. Then if it is complete level, it's going to um, add completed to the level, and also add the total score to a voice session um, table. And I think that is probably what we're going to achieve here. So let me paste in the prompt. So the prompt is kind of long, so I'm going to paste it now. And we should see that I'm going to ask the AI agent to create the add XP helper function first, then create a main post handler. So it's going to pass the request body as JSON extract the object from body.message.call or body call extract metadata, then call object assistant overwrite metadata. So this is going to help us to get the metadata we pass and get the user ID, session ID, and level ID from the metadata. Extract the tool call list from the body.toolCall list or body message.toolCall list. Return empty results array if no toolcall was found. Then process each tool which is marked correct. So if user ID exists, then call this and return the result with toolcall ID is correct, is true, and the point end. Likewise, for the complete level, we're going to extract the final score from the argument, calculate pass is equals to final score is greater than equals to the minimum passing score. If user ID and level ID exist, then offset the level progress with the user ID, level ID, and completed and score. Then update the voice session with the status completed. If session ID exists, then return the result with two call ID, score, and pass. And then this is going to return the next response. So let me just click on this. So let me point where it will create this and click on enter. So now I'll click on send. So it's going to start generating this inside this routes.txt. So we're going to wait for it. So now we can see that it has generated it. It has imported the this from the constant. And let me click on accept changes. And so we can see it's got the user progress. Okay, this is for the XP. You can see user ID and amount number, and you can see where it is updating the user progress to the current point. And now we can see Vapi2 call, and we can get the call object from the body.message.call or body call metadata from our call object assistant to override metadata or call object.metadata. Then we destructure it to get the user ID, session ID, and level ID. Then we have the two call lists from the body.message or two call list and or body.two call list. So if there's no two call list, just return empty array, and you can see we're going to map through them, check the name. If it's equals to mark correct user ID exists, then add the user a point. If to name is complete level, it's going to compare the final score is greater than equals to the minimum passing score and check if the user ID and level ID exists. Then uh, it's going to update the level progress and voice session. So basically that is it. So I'm going to say accept. And I think there's an error here. So I think he made a mistake. So the error should stop. Yeah. So now we have the endpoints. We have the webhook. So this is basically a webhook. So we're going to test it out. So we're going to let me clear my terminal. I'm going to do npm run dev. So we're going to create an other terminal, and we're going to use ngrok. So make sure you've installed it. So let's go to the browser. So make sure you've downloaded this into your computer, Mac or Windows, and once you install it, then you can add the auth token, and once you're done, you can just copy this command, and let's head back to the code, and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to change the port to 3000 because that is where our server is running. Okay, it said it was not found, so let me try again. So let me do it again. I'm going to click on enter, and now we can see that it is running, and we can copy this path. So let me close this, and we can see here. So now we can point to this path inside Vapi. So something's wrong. So let me copy it again, and let's just copy this. So let me copy it properly, and let's head over to the browser, and I'm going to add it inside the Vapi dashboard. So I'll go to the tools, and I'll click on complete level, and I'm going to pass in the URL here. So let me replace this with this. So I'm using the ngrok URL, and it's going to point to API Vapi2. I'll click on save. I'll go to mark correct, and I'm going to replace it with this URL, and I'm going to click on save. So now let's go ahead and load the localhost. So it has loaded. So let me try and click on begin session, and we can see connecting. And once it is connected, we are going to see the logo change. So let's wait for it. So let me
Hello, I'm
open.
your Spanish teacher. I'll help you practice speaking clearly and confidently. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Word one, hello, in Spanish. Hola, hola.
Hola,
Word one, hold on, in Spanish. Espera y espera.
hola,
Word one, hello, in Spanish. Hola, hola.
hola, hola. And we can see that it is working. So
Word 2, can you see in Spanish? Puedes ver? Puedes ver.
So I think the transcription is not picking up the word that the AI is saying. So we can also modify the AI MMUs. So we can modify the AI agent
Word 3,
to
so. In Spanish, más o menos, más o menos.
we can modify the AI to speak in the dialects, or sorry, use the same accent, the accents with the language we've selected. So let's go ahead and do it. So I'm going to head back to the code. So let me end this session first. So we can click to end the session, and this should show the dialog. So I'm going to click here, and I'm going to click on end session, and this should take me to the learn page. So let me wait for it. So I'm going to switch the lesson. So I'll go back to the course page, and let me switch this to Hindi, and it should redirect me here. So we can change the loading to it's fetching, so it fetches anytime we change it, so the user doesn't see the previous language that was selected. Now let's go back to the code and let's add the voice. So I'm going to go into voice session, and inside the start session we can add in voices based off the language we select. So we can add list of voices here. We can override the assistant to use a different model. So we can come over and change the voice. So I'm going to change the voice to Azure, because Azure has multiple languages voices, but we need to specify the voice ID. So in order to do that, I'm going to list out all of the voices that Azure has. I'm going to do that here. So let me paste it here. And we should see we have these are the voice IDs. So we have for Spanish, we're going to use his voice. For Hindi, we're going to use his voice. So to all of the languages we have. And now to get the ID, we're going to use this language voice. And we're going to first of all get the language. So I'm going to say constant language key is equals to level dot language dot to lowercase, and we are going to set default so to English, and there to get the voice ID we say constant voice ID is equals to language key, and we're going to pass in the language key. So language voices, and we pass in language key. Now we have the ID, we can pass the ID here. Say if you want the transcriber to translate word to the specific language, you can modify, override the transcriber here. So we can just pass this. You just pass in the provider and you pass in the language, which is multi. Then once the AI mention a particular word, it's going to convert it to the language. But I don't want to add it, I'm going to comment it out. Yeah. So what we are going to do now the to handle the tool calling. So let's go ahead and test it out. And let me go to the browser and let's click on preview. So let's click on this and click on start. So let me click on begin session. And I need to change the color of this button to red. So I'm going to change it later on. So let's wait for it.
Your Hindi teacher. I'll help you practice speaking clearly and confidently. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Word ek, ready. In Hindi, तैयार, तैयार.
Taya,
Try saying तैयार, तैयार.
taya,
Try
taya,
again.
taya, taya. We can see the two.
Sorry, a few more seconds. That a great job.
Wow.
You earned though. Word though, well. In Hindi, अच्छा, अच्छा. Say,
Acha,
अच्छा.
acha, acha, acha. We can see another two call is being called. Yeah.
That a great job. You earned दो point.
So
Word 3.
I'm going
Hello.
to end this session,
In Hindi, namaste, namaste.
and we can see that only two call is being called here, but we can't see any two results. So let me confirm this. So I'm going to edit. I'm going to put this down. We can see mark correct was called, and if I say call two with two call list, you can see the server URL, the two call ID, but for some reason we didn't see there's no two result output. But this is great. The two call is being called and it's working fine. So let's go ahead and look through this so we can we can update the score when this is being called. So let's head over to the code and let's implement this. So um inside the handle message, so I noticed that the result is not going to be returned to us on the client. The result is being sent back to the LLM. So we're not going to handle anything inside the two core result. So what we're going to do it inside the two core, which is going to we've seen that we're able to see the response, we're able to see the console log in the console. So now what I'm going to do, we're going to check, we're going to look through this. So we're looking through the message to call list, and we're going to get the two name, mark correct, and complete level. So we're going to say constant name is equals to two call dot function dot dot name, and what we're going to do here, we're going to then say if name is equals to mark correct, then I'm going to flash set flash. I'm going to pass in the correct, then we're going to say set score is going to the previous state plus 1, and we're going to say set timeout. So let me change this to 1500, and I'm going to pass in set. So let me remove this. Set flash. No. So I'm going to import the sound. So inside the public folder, you should see the current sound wave. So I'm going to install a package. So let me cancel my server. I'm going to install this package, use sound. So let me paste it again, then click on install. And I'm going to wait for it to install. So it is installed. And let me scroll to the top. We're going to use it here. So let's first of all import it. So I will import it here import use sound from use sound, and here we're going to just pass it here. So we're going to say play correct, and we're going to pass it to the path, which is the public folder we have here. So I'm going to then use this inside the if block. So I'm going to use it here. I'm going to say play. So we're going to also list. We're going to check if the name is equals to complete level. Then we are going to get the we're going to get the arguments being passed to the complete level. So in the dashboard, we need to add. So if I go over to Vapi and a completed to a complete level, we need to add the arguments. So inside here, we can see under params, we can click here to add a property and final score. So I've already added it here. So I set it to required, pass it here, then pass the set the type to number, and then apply. So this is what you need to, as I'm going to cancel it, I already have it here. So just make sure you pass this. And inside, if we go to the assistance now, we can see in the prompt we ask the AI. So in the finalization, we say amazing with core level, sorry, the complete level with the final score pass. So um this is going to pass in the final score to the complete level 2. So, and this is where we're going to get it from the 2 core. So I'm going to get it from here. So I'm going to pass this as a type of 2 code of function dot argument is equals to string JSON PS2 code of function dot argument or 2 code of function dot argument. With this, we can get the argument. So I can just say set score pass an argument of final score, or I will just use the score we have in the state. Then we can just set my set is completed. Set completed true. And we can say vapi dot stop. So now we are done with this. So if completed, we're going to switch to a different we're going to create a component. So let me scroll down to where we have here. We can see it. If completed, we're going to create a component. I'm going to call it level complete. And we're going to pass the props. So I'm just going to pass it here. And let's create the component. So I'll create it here as a level complete.txx. And we can say RAFCE level complete. So we're going to write the props. So let me add the props here. So type props. So it's equals to, I'll paste it here, and we can get it. Yeah, so I'm going to pass in the props type, and there we can get in the score, total exercise, and on continue. So we're going to install a pack. So we are going to install React Confetti. So I'm going to clear my terminal and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm installing 6.4.0 and then we're going to click on enter. So this is going to install the package. While this is installing, I'm going to, okay, it has installed. I'm going to pass this component inside my AI agent and I'm going to pass a prompt. So I'm going to pass it here. I'm going to say complete implement this level complete component. So level complete component. And I'm going to paste in the prompt. So I'm going to say calculate the pass score greater than or equals to minimum passing score, full screen, center layout, and then we're going to so if pass show quantity with recycle false 500. So just give it the property icon, display pass, trophy icon, and if failed it's going to just show the logo and pass level complete, field level incomplete in red color, score display, and then it's going to have a button to continue or try again. So I'm going to say note this shows complete and completion status clearly pass, show celebration, field show encouragement to retry. So I'm going to click on send, and this is going to go ahead and implement the component. It's going to go ahead and create the entire component, the level complete component. So it is done. So I'm going to accept changes, and we can see that. Let me see. It's okay. Yeah, you can see if pass, the trophy icon is being set here, and we can see the image. So let me scroll down. See, it's an error. Okay. So it's using React hook here. So that means you need to install React hook. So let me see npm React use, sorry, npm. So let's wait for it. So this has installed. So since we've already installed React use here, we can go ahead and remove. So let me import this. So I'm going to remove language from level. I'm going to import. So I'm going to import this component, and I can scroll up to where we have this correct. So I think we can use, let's try it. So we can use the React use and just remove the use sound, but I'll go ahead and use this. So let me see if this will work properly. So let's go ahead and test this out. So what I'm going to do, in order to see the level complete, I am going to go ahead and change the total exercise inside the constant. I'll reduce it to 3 for now. I'll just leave the total complete. It should be I think 3 times 2. So this should reduce, but I'm just going to leave it like this just for testing purpose. And let's run the server npm npm run dev. So let's click on the start on this button, then click on start, and this should navigate us to the levels page. So I'm going to wait for it. Okay, it's asking us to upgrade because we've already created a voice session. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into my Insforge dashboard and database. I'm going to go into voice session, and I'm going to delete this one. So let me look at it. Okay, we can see this voice session. So I'm going to delete this. So I'm going to go back again, and I'm going to click on the start button. I'll click on start, and this should take me to this page. So we can start, and you can see at the top corner here, I changed the total exercise to 2, and let's click on the begin button. And you can see I've changed the button, the end session button to destructive. So We are going to wait for this to start.
Hello. I'm your Hindi teacher. I'll help you practice speaking clearly and confidently. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Great. First phrase, hello. In Hindi, namaste, nuhemustie.
Namaste. Namaste. It's working.
Awesome. Nailed it. Next, thank you. In Hindi, dhanyavad, dhunyavad.
Dhanyavad. Dhanyavad.
Let's focus. Repeat after me. Thank you. In Hindi, dhanyavad, dhunyavad.
Dhanyavad.
Let's focus. Repeat after me. Thank you. In Hindi, dhanyavad, dhunyavad.
Dhanyavad.
Let's focus. Repeat after me. Thank you. In Hindi, dhanyavad, dhunyavad. Great
Dhanyavad.
effort.
So we can see that the level is incomplete and we score 1/2. So this is great. So we can click here to try again. So you need to correct to pass this level. So don't give us. I'm going to go back to the land page, and now we can run this again, and we can see that the points has increased. We can see that this has also increased here. So we scored 1, so it's going to add it to the progress bar, and you can click here to continue, so it completes the level. So this is great. In this chapter, we're going to be working on subscription and payment. So we're going to be using Polar. So what we can do is just click on the get started. Then you can set up business or you can explore with Sandbox. So we are going to be using Sandbox. So I'll click on explore Sandbox. And this should take us to where we can sign up. So I'm going to log in with my account. So once you sign into your account, you're going to have to provide organization name. So I'm going to say Linga AI.ai, and leave the currency. Just click on like this, and let's click on create. And this is going to create an environment for us. So we can go to let's go to the documentation. So I'm going to scroll down, click on documentation, and this should take us to the documentation. So we can go through this. So let me quickly go to subscription. Or instead, let's quickly search for Polar. So I'll search for Polar with Next.js and click on enter. Then we can see integrate Polar with Next.js. So click on it and we can see how to use it here. So we can scroll down and let's install these packages. So I'm going to copy this and let's head over to the code. And I'm going to open my terminal. I'll cancel the server and I'm going to paste this here and click on enter. So this is going to install. So I think I added npm pnpm. So let me change this to npm. So let's wait for it. So while this is running, let's go over to the documentation. And if you scroll down, we can see how to configure Polar API client. So we need to get the Polar access token from the dashboard. So we can get it here. So inside. And let's go to settings. You can scroll down and we can click on create token. And we can give this a name. I'll say Linga.ai. And you can give it 30 days, 90 days, or no expiration. So I'll just pick subscription, so I can check subscription rights I've also used let's do checkout right. Yeah. So let me just try this and just click on create. You can just click select all to see if it works. So I'm just going to click on create token. Oh, let me also select checkout read. So I'm going to click on create token, and we can copy this, and let's head over to the code editor, and this is installed. We can go into the env, and I'm going to paste it here. So I'll paste it. So we need to also get the product ID and also the webhook secret. So let's go ahead and create the product. So I'll go into this page, into the dashboard, and I'm going to go product, and let's click on new product, and we can give this linger super, and we're going to click on recurring subscription month, and I'm going to give this let's set it, so I'll just say 9.99, and we can add metadata here if you want. I will just keep it. So I'm going to also add checkout page. We can upload images. So I'm going to select an image. So I've selected an image here, and I'm going to click on create product. And I'll just click on here to copy the product ID. And let me head over to the code editor. And you're going to pass this here. So for the webhook secret, before we go and get the webhook secret, let's quickly create the setup polar. So I'm going to go into the lib folder, and I'm going to say polar.tx. Then I'm going to import, let's import polar from the polar SDK at polar SDK. And now we can say export constant polar is equals to new polar, and let's pass in this. We're going to pass in access token, which we have. So let me check. Yeah, we can see access token here, and we're going to pass in the sandbox. You can also check if is development mode. You can switch this from sandbox for developments, while production you can set it like this. You can just say if it's equal to production, you just set server to production, else sandbox like this. But we're going to be using sandbox, so I'm going to leave it like this. Now we have this. Let's go ahead and create in the. I'm going to go into the actions. We're going to go into action subscription. We are going to create the action to create subscription. So I'm going to say export async function, and I'm going to call this create checkout. And I made a mistake here, so it should be create. So I'm going to use the AI agent to create this. So I'm going to pass in the prompt. So I'll paste it down. So what I want the AI agent to do for me is to create this, server action. So create this server action that get the Insforge client and the current user via get Insforge client. If no user, return this. And it's going to create the polar checkouts with product array with process env, polar product ID, customer email from data.user email. Then the success URL is just going to direct to line with checkout ID. Return URL is going to help process next public upgrade. Metadata is just with user ID. Then return URL result.url on success, and wrap everything with async handler. So I think there's something I missed out here. To get a user, if you use so if not user, so to get the clients, I'll remove this, and I'm going to say to get the user, we are going to use Insforge.auth.get current user. So to get a user, it's going to be data, and it's going to get the user from the data. So let's just click on send, and this is going to go ahead and create this checkout action. So I'm going to wait for it. So it has analyzed the subscription.txt, and it will for it. So it has searched for TX, which we've already created. So it's implementing it now. So we should see some changes now. Okay, now so it's editing the file, and let's click on accept changes, and it is done with it. So we're going to, so it is done. So I'm going to accept changes, and now I think the error has stopped. So I'm just going to remove this. So I think I'm just going to remove this, and this is working fine. So I'm going to go ahead and create the the page. Sorry, the page. I'm going to go into dashboard. Okay, we have the upgrade folder here. So I'm going to say page.txx, and I'm going RAFCE upgrade page. So I'm going to pass this. So the AI agent is going to create this. I'm going to pass this inside here. So I'm going to paste in the prompt, and it's kind of long. So you're going to have the features. So I'm going to have like an array of features. Then it's going to use query from Tanstack React query and use the get user session to get user subscription. This is going to help. We're going to know if the user is subscribed already or not. Then we're going to create use create mutation. So we're going to use the use mutation to create checkout, and our success is just going to redirect to the URL being sent from the action, so a subscription action. Else it's just going to say fail to it should be fail to check out or something like that, or fail to create checkout. We say show loading state to spinner if data is loading. Then we have the header session center with badge with Sapi icon Linga AI. So with Linga Super, you are a super learner if pro, else learn fast. So these are just some information that will be shown, and this is the price. So I'm going to click on send. So this creates this page for this component for us, or this page. So I'm going to wait for it to finish. Now we can see I'm going to accept changes, and it has created the let's scroll down. It has created the components, the page for us. So let's see if loading. So I'm going to change this to use spinner from UI, and okay, let's see. I think everything is okay. It looked through the features, and it confirms if the user is pro. If it's not pro, it's going to show this part of the this part. And I think let me confirm the import is from custom button and custom card. So we are done with this. So I'm going to go ahead and let's head over to the documentation so we can see what we'll do next. So we'll go back to integrate Polar in Next.js. And if we scroll down, we can see that, okay, we've created the action. Now we want to handle the webhook. So we're going to be using ngrok to do that. And we're going to create this endpoint. So endpoint webhook Polar. So let's go ahead and create this. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to export post webhook from Polar Next.js. And we're going to just do it like this. We're going to pass in the webhook secret. So let's just quickly do it. Then we're going to go ahead and add and create the webhook secret. So I'll go back to the code editor, and we're going to create this. I'll collapse everything, and inside the app folder API, we are going to create this here. So paste this here. So instead of API, I'm going to say webhook polar. So this should be a folder. Let me delete this. So let me create polar and then routes.tx. Then I'm going to paste what I copied from the documentation. So now we're going to have to pass so let me say, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to pass inside the AI agent. So the agent is going to create this, and let me paste in the prompt here. So let me paste it here. And so inside the so it's going to write the code inside the um on payload. So I'm going to remove this. So we're going to import info. So we're going to import. So I'm going to pass this here, and let's import create clients from Insforge SDK. Now we have this. So I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to pass in the updated one. And now I'm going to say inside this is going to use create. I've already passed this already. So I will just leave it there. So it's going to extract the subscription data from payload data, get user ID from sub, metadata user ID or sub user ID. If no user ID, log error and return. Handle switch cases for payload.type. So we are going to have subscription.create and subscription.active. Then it's going to add to the subscription table the user ID, polar subscription ID, the polar customer ID, the sub status plan. I'm just going to set it to pro, then current period end, sub current period end, and we're going to also have subscription revoke. So I'm just going to click on send. I don't know if we need this. I'll just leave it. So I'm just going to click on send, and this is going to start generating. So you can see I'm just going to accept changes. I don't think we need to pass any. Error is not okay. Okay, so I'm going to pass the any. No, I think I should let me hover right so I can see some of the time. So what I'm going to do instead of that, I'm going to just do it like this. I'm going to add any to the payload the data. And now if there's error, if there's no user ID, it's just going to return. Then we're going to we're going to add the switch statements. We're going to have case subscription was created. So a subscription was active. I think we don't even need the active. Mainly we just need the created. So we're going to do that in the webhook already. So we're going to go into the subscription table, and we're going to add all of this. Then for revoke, we just set the plan to free, and I think that is all. So now we have this, we have the webhook. We should make sure ngrok is running. So let's just copy this. So I'll copy this and let's head over. Sorry, let me quickly run this again. So I'll copy it now, and let's head over to the browser, and we're going to go straight to settings, and let's click on webhooks, and let's add endpoints. So I'm just going to give this a name, and I'm going to pass in the URL, and I'm going to set it. Sorry, the URL is wrong, so I'm going to pass in API slash webhook slash polar. Then I'm going to pick raw, And for this, I'm going to select subscription created, subscription active, and subscription revoke. And let's click on create. And they should create it. So now we can copy the secrets. So let's copy this. And let's head back to the code inside the env. I'm going to pass this here. So now let's make sure the server is running. And let's head back to the browser. So let me go to localhost. So let me close this. And let's click on upgrade. So we can see it. So I'm going to click on upgrade. And let's wait for it. So it has directed to this page, to the checkout page. And I'm just going to pick a test card. I'm just going to write any name. And I'm just going to pick any country. And I'll say, let's wait for it. Okay, now we can see. So I'm going to click on subscribe now. So let's click on subscribe now. And let's wait for it. So it's just going to, it should redirect us to the to our app. So it's still running. Okay, now it's redirecting us, and we can see that payment was successful. And we can go back to, okay, let's wait. We can still see the up. Okay. Something's wrong. So let me click on the upgrade. So something is wrong. Let me go into the Insforge dashboard. Also the Polar dashboard. We can check this. So there was no any. You can see field. So created. So let me go into the home. You can see customer. And let me go to Inforge and confirm this inside the database. Subscription. So there was no record. So this did not work. So let me go back to the code. So I noticed this did not read. So it didn't read anything here. So after debugging, I noticed that this was the error. So I had to get the data and error from the database and console log it. So this is the error here. So if I scroll up, you can see, so you see there's no unique. So I noticed the user ID is not unique. So I'm going to just copy the error. I'm going to ask my AI agent. I'll say make subscription user ID unique and paste the error. I'll say unique in Inforge DB and click on send. So this is going to go ahead and fix it for us. So it's analyzing. So it's going to run. So I'm going to run this. And I'm going to wait for it. So it's going to, it's asking me to click to run this. So I'm going to click on run. And let me wait for it. So now it is done. So it's successful. So I'll confirm this now. Let me go to the Inforge DB. So I'll click on Inforge DB and we can see unique. It's been selected here. So I'm going to try to run this again. So um, inside the Polar dashboard, so I'll click on details. So I've deleted the customer. Okay, let me delete this customer. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and click on delete. And so let me go back to the webhook. And let's go ahead and try it again. So make sure let me make sure my database, sorry, my server is running. And let me confirm ngrok2 is running. So this is running too. So let me go ahead and try. So I'll go over to the browser. I'll go to localhost 3000 and I'm going to click on upgrade again. And I'm going to click on upgrade to super. And this should redirect me. So I'll pick, let me wait for it. So I'll pick the card and I'll just call this email. I'll pick any country and I'm going to click on subscribe now. Hopefully this should work. So let me wait for it. So now you can see it says successful, so it's redirecting to home page. So let's make sure this works. Okay, now we can see that it's work. Oh, it didn't work. It still did not work. So let me go to the Insforge database subscription. So it still not working. So let me confirm the error. So I noticed that it has worked now. So look as we can see 200 subscription active. So let's head back to the database. And we can see now the user has been added to. So if I go back and this reload, now we can see the user now is a is a pro user. So in this chapter, we're going to deploy our app. So make sure you've created a repository. So I've created mine and you can see it here. So I've already created it. And I'm just going to add, let me cancel the server. Then I'm going to cancel these two and I'm going to git add all the changes. And I'm just going to use this to just generate the commit message, then commit. So I'm going to sync this to my own repository. So let's wait for it. So now all the changes has been updated. So I'm just going to go to my GitHub repo and so I already have all the changes here. So I'm just going to go to Visio and I'm going to add, so I'm going to import this repository and I'm going to give this, let's say Linga AI. Linga AI, this is okay. And I'm just going to pass in all the environment variable. So I'm going to go to my code and copy. So I've pasted everything. So I'm going to update this back once I deploy. And I think everything is fine. So I'm going to click on deploy. So before we click on deploy, let's make sure this is running. So I'm going to go back to my code and I'm going to run this for say npm run build to make sure there's no error. So it's creating an optimized production build. So we're going to wait for it. So I discovered this error. So this error is displaying. So I'm just going to copy this error, pass it to my AI agents to fix it. Say try so let's see. So it's going to go into its CS config to fix it. So it's still running. So let me wait for it. So it's asking me to allow. So before I do that, let me add this. Yeah. Save this and let me try it again to see if this will work. So let me try and run this again. npm run build. So I'm going to wait for it. So it's running the TypeScript. So I'm going to wait for it. So it's generating the pages and it worked. So that was the issue. So I'm going to cancel this. So let me add this and push this to GitHub. Git add and so click on commit and then sync changes. So now let's head over to the browser and I'm going to deploy this. So let me click on deploy. So let's wait for this to build. Okay, so it's worked. So it has worked. And let's wait for it. So let's go to the dashboard. And I'm going to copy the URL. So let me wait for this. So let's copy the URL. I'll open this in a new tab. I'll copy the URL and I'm going to go back again inside the environment variables. So let me scroll down. I'll scroll to the settings, click on environment variables, and I'm going to edit this next public. So let me wait for it. Okay, let me click edit and I'm going to paste this here and I'm going to save and redeploy. So let's click on redeploy and we can view the deployments and this should start running. So while this is running, we're going to copy the URL and let's go into Polar Webhook. So the dashboard, and we can just change this from we can change this to use I'll just replace this with it, or you can create a new webhook. So let me just replace this, and I'm going to just save changes. And now we can see that this has been added. We're going to do the same thing with Vapi. So I'll go into the tools completed. I'm just going to change it to use this URL. I'll copy this, save changes, and go to mark correct. and I'm going to replace it with this, and I'm going to save changes. So now okay, you can see that this is working. Now we can try and log into our account. So let me log in. So I've put in my email and password. I'm going to click on sign in, and this should redirect me to the lens page. And we can see that everything is working fine. So guys, so this is the end of the video. So make sure you like and subscribe.